See, every single thing that we are concerned about, every single thing when you turn on the TV tomorrow morning that they will talk about, will all be related to racism, white supremacy as a system. Okay, Donald Trump. I say, meet your next president. See, all kind of people from the time he started talking. Oh, he's crazy. Oh, he's this. Oh, he won't. Oh, the American people won't accept something. Donald Trump has pulled the hood off of, the sheet off of, the cover off of the system of racism, white supremacy. See, he pulled it off, and he's talking with more clarity than anybody else, who all the other candidates quietly are thinking about racism, but they're not talking overtly about it. But Donald Trump is talking. So like I said, Donald Trump's trump card is the race card in the system of racism, white supremacy. The New York Times editorial today. The Trump effect. See, this is what I'm doing with my money, buying newspapers like Dick Gregory. The Trump effect and how it spreads. It says we are on the brink, under Trump, on the brink of fascism. New York Times, all the news that's fit to print, editorial 12/10/2015. I say fascism is end-stage white supremacy. See, just like in Nazi Germany. Fascism, system of racism, white supremacy, determined to survive.
Why do you keep calling this the Chinese virus? There are reports of dozens of incidents of bias against Chinese Americans in this country. Your own aide, Secretary Azar, says he does not use this term. He says ethnicity does not cause the virus. Why do you keep using this? A lot of people say it's racist.
It's not racist at all. No, not at all. It comes from China.
America is a country of deep electoral divides. And it's also more profoundly divided along stark demographic lines. On one side, middle-class white Americans who feel like their government no longer works for them, who've elected to give Donald Trump the chance to drain the swamp. You can subdivide Trump versus Clinton supporters by age. Trump carried the day with voters aged 45 to 64 by 7 percentage points. They're a larger group than millennials. Those aged 18 to 29 years old favored Hillary Clinton by 20 percentage points. Clinton also enjoyed the overwhelming support of non-white voters, 73% to Trump's 20%. But even that margin couldn't neutralize the strength of white voters who chose Trump 55% to 38%. Another sharp divide, religion. Americans who attend church once a week or more mostly took Trump's side. People who never go to church voted overwhelmingly for Clinton. But perhaps the deepest divide, at least in this election, is between rural voters and the populations of America's cities. 2/3 of people who live in cities favored Clinton. Trump won small city and rural voters by around an equal amount. There's lots of ways to slice and dice the American electorate. So with all this division in the country, what factor, what demographic slice mattered most to Trump's triumph over Clinton? It may be impossible to say, but here's one theory. The first female presidential candidate in the history of the U.S. failed to appeal to enough middle-class white women. This chart shows who voted as divided by race and sex. White women are the largest slice. Their numbers are about the same as in 2012. In that election, Mitt Romney won 56% of white women. This year, again, the Republican won, Trump beating Clinton by 8 percentage points. On top of that, Donald Trump won the white male vote this year, too, by a whopping 29 percentage points. Black voters and Latino voters of both sexes overwhelmingly chose Clinton. All combined, they helped counterbalance the white male vote, and that put white women in the driver's seat to determine the course of the election. And if you divide this group out to those white women with a 4-year college degree and those who don't have one, you see a socioeconomic tsunami. More highly educated white women chose Clinton, 51% to Trump's 43%. But white women without a college degree went to Trump, 59% to Clinton's 35%. They helped hand him the presidency.
Listen, you got to come see us when you come to New York, VP Biden.
I will.
It's a long way until November. We got more questions.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
Tomorrow is Election Day, the end of a furious campaign season turned upside down by a pandemic. Record numbers of Americans have voted by mail, and elections officials are grappling with this avalanche of ballots, all amid a flurry of court challenges.
It takes a really long time to count hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots. That process itself takes days.
What if the count to determine the winner of the presidency takes even longer than that? This week on America Interrupted from the PBS NewsHour, we look at the swing state of Pennsylvania. How are voters there feeling about casting their ballots in this unprecedented year? And what happens if legal challenges start flying, there or in other contested states?
There is no umpire with overriding authority who is able to say to the players, the game is over, you won, you lost, time to go home.
Listen and subscribe to America Interrupted wherever you get your podcasts.
Both presidential candidates are saying this is the most important election in modern history. But in most recent elections, about 4 in 10 eligible voters stayed home. We talked to a few of the people who are not voting this time around.
My name is Clifford Janice, and I'm from Brooklyn, New York, currently residing in Denver, Colorado.
Hi, I'm Ellie Fana. I am a Greek-American dual citizen, born and raised in America, but living in Greece now.
My name is Roger Weir.
My name is Mariam Alamis. I'm not voting in this election.
I would have never thought that I would not be voting or would even consider not voting. I never. I've always, oh, it's my civic duty or it's my patriotic duty or even my desire. I want to do it.
This year is the first year where I just don't feel like I don't feel represented or heard.
I'm not voting because no one has earned it. No one has earned my vote. If I can't have a candidate that I feel is going to actually represent me, then why should I vote?
I don't feel like anyone's doing anything that's really going to create change and kind of bring us back to a place where we're not having these continual tensions and issues that we've been having for centuries.
If there was a candidate that spoke to my concerns, spoke to my interests, shared my politics, then maybe I would consider voting.
Because I am overseas and I waited too late in the game for an absentee ballot, then it's okay, should I get on a plane, fly to, New York for a couple of days, cast my ballot, and then come back? And because neither candidate inspires me that much, I'm I'll just sit this one out.
If we live in the land of the free, the home of the brave, and we have freedom to choose, then give me that freedom. Give me the choice instead of just giving me these two steaming piles of waste on which to decide from.
This past year, it's been a really, really volatile year. A lot of countries are facing political crises, and really it's a lot of young people like myself who are really, really dissatisfied and are realizing that voting is not the only way to make our voices heard. If we want to actually organize ourselves, we shouldn't see electoralism as our only option. We should be empowered to go to the streets.
I understand that there is power and there is necessity in voting. But if I know that voting has no impact on what I want for change, then it is an altruistic act. It's just doing it again just to do it. I think not voting and not participating sends more of a message to leaders that we're not happy. We're not happy with what's going on.
Context of White Supremacy. Gus T. Renegade in for another broadcast, hopefully to share constructive information on the system of white supremacy. Today's date, Tuesday, November 3, 2020. So I have been told. We have been waiting for this day, it seems, for the longest. I don't know, at least a substantial number of folks on the planet to see what will happen with the U.S. presidential election. Incidentally, I would say attempted counter-racists, the thinking should be the same, regardless of which presidential election it is, which year. As long as there's a system of white supremacy, I don't think we're going to vote white supremacy off of the ballot, so we can make note, see who won, make our adjustments accordingly, and go back to the work of replacing white supremacy with justice. I don't think either candidate on the ballot is going to solve that problem for us, but we shall see. Man, so for this broadcast, victims, 720-716-7300, the code 564943 pound. Press star 61 if you would like to participate. We will watch as the results are tabulated. If it's going to be one of those contested affairs, a la 2000, where it went on for months, we will not stay up all night long to watch all of this, but we will give it a go and see if they come to a conclusion this evening. If there's rioting and looting in the streets, if you went out to vote today at the polls physically, you didn't do the mail-in ballot and all that, you actually physically went somewhere to cast your ballot, let us know. How was your experience? Was it anything unusual? Was it a calm, boring, run-of-the-mill after all that talk about there's going to be violence and looting and shooting and Antifa and all the rest? Boring, regular day. Let us know. I will try to pick a news feed and just watch. Maybe we can, if folks are listening in live, maybe we can pick different feeds, right? So we'll be getting different content from different parts of the country and seeing what they say. I can pipe in some of the live feeds, I believe, as well, so we can kind of all listen together if, something important is breaking out. But we'll try to review some of the reports from the day, what they have been saying. It has been fascinating. We'll review some of the reports from the day, check in with listeners, callers. It is late. It is after 10 p.m. So folks on the East Coast, if you're, whatever. What my man, victim Ice Cube said his father told him accurately. I thought that was a good one. Like, you hold on to things that are logical and accurate. I don't know if he included in the system of white supremacy part, but that would be sparkling. Cube said that his father told him, hey, regardless of who wins tonight, you got to go to work in the morning. So let's keep things in perspective. Excellent point. Anywho, we will try to go over some of the reports that have come out today and within the last 24 hours about the election and what folks think either is happening, might happen as things unfold. We'll check in with listeners, go over some of these details. Maybe there's a winner, maybe not. We will see what happens. I would again encourage folks, maybe wait until all this is settled before we get back to going out. I've been saying even before this, hunker down. They're still brawling about masks and all of that throughout the world, really. So for many reasons, good time to stay inside. I know here in Seattle, Washington, it rained a lot today. So good time to stay in, eat healthy, do some exercising in your residence, stay safe, and maybe peek out after a few days. Coast is clear, as they say. Number again, 720-716-7300. The code 564943. Pound, press star 61 if you would like to participate. The Grandcestor, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. Remember her commentary, her prediction last time around, even though she wasn't here with us in 2016 in a physical form, but wanted to make sure we included her spirit for this evening as well. We heard the reports, one about people not voting. That could be important. I know last time around they talked both before and after the 2016 election about low voter turnout, and particularly saying black people didn't come out and vote in droves because good old Obama wasn't there this time around and they weren't as excited and all the rest of it. So I could see lots of different ways, different excuses if this comes out where we end up with 4 more years, where they find lots of creative ways to blame black people or whatever narrative they're going to attach to it. It does look like blaming black people would be a strong component, even though they didn't get explicitly there with the not vote or large numbers of people, white and non-white, saying that they're not going to vote, not inspired by the candidates this year, and then the Rona and all the other obstacles. So that would not surprise me, even though they have said pretty steadfastly that there's been like a historic number of mail-in ballots for this election season. So we'll just have to see how it all unfolds. Somehow it feels somewhat like bad reality television, Survivor or something of that nature. Yeah. Anywho, speaking of blame for this here spectacle, election politics they call it, man, the got choked up even talking about it. The blaming with this here election spectacle has been so robust. We talked about some of this over the past weekend where they were saying, you know, Ice Cube met with the president about this platinum plan for black people in the States, and then Lil Wayne was talking about maybe endorsing him, and 50 Cent was going back and forth. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Somebody whispered and told me maybe I shouldn't. So there's a lot of that even going into today. This report, they were talking about Kanye West as well, and he had a MAGA hat on. We'll check out one of those reports. Like I said, we will see listeners, if folks are dialing in, we'll check in and see what they're hearing, if you voted, what's happening in your particular area, if there's any unrest, and then watching the news and what have you, and to get tabulations as well. But also just want to kind of sprinkle in some of the reports, narratives attached with this whole trifling affair that might not even end within the next few hours. It might drag on until the end of the calendar year. Who knows? But just to include some of the reports in terms of how folks have talked about, presented this whole mess. So this was from New York Public Radio just a couple days ago. I didn't play it this past weekend, but maybe should have. But this is another one where they were talking specifically about black males, which I find stunning. They have so many black males who are crackheads and drug peddlers and, you know, bad check writers and no count deadbeat daddies who don't pay child support, that they're all locked up, right? So I don't understand how these black males get to vote if they're in prison, or maybe they got out but they haven't paid all their fines like in Florida, so they don't have the privilege, the right to get out there and cast that ballot, show that they are indeed black, and cast a vote for Joe Biden, Barack's homie. Always strikes me as odd. Like, really? Black males specifically are like dominating the ballot box. They go in and dictate. We decide who's going to be a president. We shake up the electoral college. Black males. Kanye, Weezy. Really? It was lots of that. Like, I've seen different tacky ways that they find to blame black people during election season. They said when Obama was still in the White House, they were saying that these no-count tacky niggers, they haven't voted in their lives. Don't know how to spell vote. Couldn't spell vote. If you gave them the VOT and said complete it, they couldn't spell vote. Now they're going to come out here and do voter fraud and vote a dozen times for Obama just because their cousin is on the ballot. That was a strong one. I remember that one both times around because they said they had record turnout when Obizi was there for 2008 and 2012. But be that as it may, this here time, in the year of the Rona, 2020, it is black males, Yeezy, Wheezy, Cube, disrupting the electoral process, fly in the ointment, as it were. 50 Cent, too, forgot him. This is WNYC, some black males might be voting for Trump. Again, I didn't see the report. Why are the white women voting for Trump, though? Where is that report at? Detailed, because it was a lot of them, and they have much more power than black males. Where is that? I didn't find that one. We got the black males. We'll hear that one right now.
In recent weeks leading up to the election, 2 hip-hop artists have indicated their support for President Trump. Well, sort of. Hip-hop artist 50 Cent announced his support for President Trump and encouraged fans to vote for him. But this week, he pulled his support for the president. And Ice Cube admitted to helping the Trump administration connect with the black community, even as he clarified he is not supporting President Trump. And, of course, we can't forget Kanye West's outspoken support for President Trump either. And although black voters are mostly siding with Biden, about 10% of black men say they're supporting President Trump. That's according to data from Pew Research. So here to help us break all of this down is Erica D. Smith, a columnist for the Los Angeles Times. Erica, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
What was up with Ice Cube and 50 Cent? How did they align themselves with President Trump?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird story. Well, with Ice Cube, I mean, it was basically he earlier this year had released a contract with Black America, which is basically a plan for helping Black Americans get ahead and kind of combat some of the systemic racism that's been the topic of discussion this year. And so he's been floating this plan around apparently to different political parties, including to the Biden campaign and also to the Trump campaign. According to him, the Biden campaign basically told him that they would get back to him after the election, assuming that Biden did indeed win. The Trump campaign apparently showed more interest, and so he worked with them, though it's a little bit unclear as to what that working with looked like, but worked with them to kind of help them develop their so-called platinum plan, which is supposedly to achieve a similar goal, but there's a little bit of an overlap there. And so there's been a lot of hubbub about what Ice Cube actually did and did not do. Nonetheless, there's been some backlash about that. With 50 Cent, he came out on Instagram and said that he wanted to support Donald Trump basically because he did not like the Biden campaign's tax plan and that he'd be taxed so much. He since, as you mentioned, backed off of this. But, you know, nonetheless, it's caused some heartburn, I think, probably in the left, among liberals about what Black men are willing to support as far as the Trump campaign is concerned as over Biden. So it's caused a little discussion within the Black American community about that.
I'm wondering, you know, this is an interesting thing because it's playing out also among Hispanic Latino voters and who support President Trump in larger percentages. But when you look at the gender breakdown, it's mostly men who are supporting, men of color who are supporting the president. And here it's black men, at least 10% of whom say they support President Trump. What is the scope of that support?
You know, it's really interesting as to why that's men, versus women. I kind of tried to explore this in a recent column, but I think one of the reasons has to do with Biden himself. I mean, there's been a lot of backlash and back and forth over his involvement in the 1994 crime bill and how that widely is understood to be leading to the mass incarceration of Black and Latino men. I think there's also some backlash to Kamala Harris, his running mate, given that she was both a district attorney and attorney general here in California, and also, oversaw it at a time when Black men were being disproportionately thrown in prison. And so I think there's some pushback because of the candidates there, not necessarily because of Democrats per se. That said, I think that men more than women, and this has been borne out in a number of studies, are less connected to the Democratic Party and less connected to the electoral process. And I think that basically all of the attention over this election has caused people to want to get more involved all of a sudden. But I think there's a sense of, for people who have been disconnected for the process for so long, that they don't really know how to do it. And I think that we're seeing what that looks like now with people coming in kind of at the 11th hour trying to figure out what candidate to support and, looking at the candidates kind of with fresh eyes as opposed to what's happened over the last 4 years in some ways.
You know, Erica, President Trump has, while racial tensions in this country are at a fever pitch, the president has insisted that he has been the best thing to happen to black voters in this country, which is frankly debatable. And yet 94% of black women voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. So why are black men such an important target for the GOP?
You know, it's interesting. There's so many theories about that have been floating around over the last couple of months. I mean, there's everything from, it's Trump is appealing to this idea of what is a quote unquote strong man who can provide for his family, given, Trump's history as, a supposed wealthy man and billionaire who's a successful businessman. And that men of color in particular are drawn to that idea. I mean, it's worth remembering that Trump, before his presidency, Trump was in a zillion and one rap songs. I mean, he was that person who was looked upon as, here's the epitome of wealth and success in America among the hip hop community. That's obviously changed, but that was a thing for a very long time. There's also been this speculation about this idea of toxic masculinity that that Black and Latino men for a long time, because of systemic racism, have been unable to provide for their families and unable to get ahead economically. Trump kind of represents this person who's been able to do it without following the major rules of society. So there's that idea. I think it's never really that simple. I mean, it's worth remembering that the vast majority of black men are planning on voting for Biden, according to all of these polls. It's just that small percentage. And I think it's just basically just a lot of men, again, were not involved in the political process and are getting involved now and are basically trying to figure out how to do that. And I think that it's because of that, I think it's a little bit messy how this is going, how it's happening.
I want to end by talking a little bit about some other approaches to trying to get black men to the polls. I'd like to talk a little bit about specifically how the Democratic Party is trying to appeal to black men. I think there's a lot of feeling among black women in particular that they're often taken for granted by the Democratic Party. But what about black men?
Yeah, I think there's definitely that sense as well. I mean, I think black Americans in general have felt that the Democratic Party has taken them for granted as voters, but I think men in particular that has come up. You've seen, in recent weeks, you've seen Obama go out and speaking to black men specifically. You've seen after Biden named Kamala as his VP pick, you've seen her, the senator, go out to various different events and trying to kind of smooth over and assure the activist coalitions, of which many are black men, about what the Biden campaign or what the Biden administration would do to help black people once in office in terms of police reform, in terms of other issues along those lines. So I think there's definitely a concerted effort to get black men to vote for Democrats, but I think it's kind of late, and I think it should have happened earlier in the cycle. But I guess it's better late than never. But I still think that, and I think the majority of black Americans think that there really isn't much of a choice in this election, that it has to be Biden at this point.
Erica D. Smith is a columnist for the Los Angeles Times. Erica, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
She said at the end there, ain't much of a choice. It has to be Biden. Why is that? What's going to happen if it's not Biden? Ain't much of a choice. That's why some of the folks said that they weren't going to vote. Don't feel like I have much of a choice this time around. I'm going to sit this one out. None of the above. Isn't that what they say? Heartburn. Did you hear that metaphor? Caused a bit of heartburn in the black community, whatever that is. Caused a bit of heartburn. Like, what? Are we lactose intolerant? What's going on? I thought we were talking about who we voted for at the booth here, not... I got a little bit of indigestion, excuse me. Come on. I can't even, that's why I said, like, it's difficult to even take this seriously at times when we're talking about who is going to be in the most powerful position in the world. That's what they say. That's what they said my whole life. President of the United States, most powerful job in the world, known universe, really. If that is the case, any other time, I'm a rapist. Isn't that what Dr. Syed said yesterday? Gus, you are attacking me. I'm about to call enforcement officials. Black identity extremist. That was just yesterday. Isn't Bill Cosby, isn't he in greater confinement? They talk like black males are just, we run the world. We've taken over everything. Patriarchy, yes, we are part of the toxic masculinity. Yes, Yes, that is, and they slip in within the report. They slip in. We are talking about a small number of black males voting for Trump. Why are we making these big sweeping reports about black male support for Trump if it's only a small number? And if Latinos, whatever that means, if they're supporting Trump in even larger numbers, why aren't there even more reports talking about their support and toxic Latino male supremacy or toxic Latino masculinity? There it is, the machismo and Latin culture. Why don't we have reports talking about that? I don't see that plastered all over. Where is that at? Maybe I missed it. I've been, truant, negligent, checking out the news reports, but I've seen a ton of them talking about the black male. Let me continue. This was in the Washington Post today. Maxine Waters, victim of white supremacy, 15-term congresswoman. Maxine Waters says she will never, ever, she did the Outcast 22, right? She will never, ever, ever, ever forgive black men who vote for Trump. I said, man, are you a Christian, Congresswoman Waters? You have a Bible? You go to church? I know white Jesus. I'm a heathen. But I know white Jesus says something about forgive. I know that's in it. They talk about reconciliation left and right and will drag a black person out after an enforcement officer has killed your son, shot your daughter 50 times, lynched your whole family. And okay, I know we lynched your son. Yes, chopped off his penis. But I want you to forgive your son's killer. We don't want to hold grudges. That's not the brotherly way. That's not how we're going to. So just holding on to all that. Isn't that what they say? They will shake their finger in our face, right, if you don't want to be forgiving and reconcile. But she will never, ever. She couldn't even just say, I will never forgive. So it reads, it's hard to take, that's why I say it's hard to take this serious sometimes. Like, wow, I didn't know. Am I flexing like that? Like I control who's. Let me read. Washington Post. Longtime black Democratic congressional leaders, Representatives Maxine Waters and James E. Clyburn, also a black male, he's in South Carolina, are troubled by the possibility that more black voters could re-elect President Trump for a second term. I don't even know where any blacks would be coming from that would be voting for Trump. It just hurts me so bad to see blacks talking about supporting Trump, Waters said in a Friday interview with Sirius XM's Joe Madison. While black Republican voters have always been around, black voters, especially black men, appear to be stepping closer to conservative principles. Stepping closer, metaphor. The stamp of approval from some famous wealthy rappers such as Ice Cube, Lil Wayne, and 50 Cent has pushed talk of black conservatism and black class priorities back into the national conversation. How white people can skillfully. I haven't heard this much commentary about Ice Cube and 50 Cent in much less. So I've never heard Ice Cube associated with a national U.S. election, ever. Matter of fact, with no election, not dog catcher. New ordinance about dog poo. We're going to raise the fine from $50 to $250. We're serious about dog. Never. Come here, Cube. We need you to get on that. Never. Lil Wayne. Never. They drowned his city. He wrote a song about it. I don't remember him coming out in 2008 or white journalists coming out. Wheezy. Bush doesn't care about black people. They didn't could have got both of them. They could have got Kanye West and Wheezy at the same time. You said Wheezy, he didn't care about black people. Wheezy, you said he drowned your city. They didn't send FEMA, or they sent contaminated FEMA trailers and all the rest of it. What do you think about 08? Are you getting down? Where was all that at? Did they get, rowdy like that? And we got to go out. We're going to make the Republican Party pay for what they did to us. Did that happen? Because I don't remember that. Particularly them sitting on the eve of the 08 election and saying, oh my God, black males are fitting to tip the scale. I don't remember that in my lifetime. We'll continue. Let's see. Cube. Wheezy and 50 Cent. Those individuals, however, are thinking only about themselves and not the black community as a whole. Black community. Waters and Claiborne argue. A vote for Trump would be a ballot against themselves and their better interests, the politicians said in separate interviews over the weekend. Trump has engaged in nothing but divisiveness and racial dog whistling to the right wing and to white supremacists who feel emboldened by his rhetoric, according to Waters. It is imperative for black voters to uplift former Vice President Joe Biden and vote Democratic as they usually do if Trump is to be ousted from the White House, Waters said. But the hold that the Democratic Party has had over black voters might be loosening, making it harder for Biden to grasp victory. I'm going to absolutely vomit if this ends up becoming like the narrative that I predicted 4 more years. If that happens, and the main talking point is black males. Woo, let's continue. 2020 has been rough. Let's see. Black women are more likely than black men to vote Democratic, according to the Pew Research Center. The gap between black women and black men identifying as Democrats in 2018 and 2019 was the widest to date. Waters said younger black men lack a greater understanding about how systems, plural, work in the country and the channels to break favoritism that largely excludes the typical American, pointing to her and Representative Nadia Valaquez blocking big restaurants and hotels from taking up all the Paycheck Protection Program money. I will never, ever forgive them, I guess talking about black males, for undermining the possibility to help their own people and their own communities, she said of young black men choosing Trump. It is absolutely unconscionable. It is shameful. Trump won 8% of the black vote in 2016, and the threat of his gaining a point more from black men, I'm done. I can't. The threat, the ominous threatening black male is going to take over the election. I can only say Congresswoman Maxine Waters is a victim of white supremacy, although I will say again, I would ask, are you a Christian? Because I know white Jesus said something. If I'm being blasphemous, then let me be struck dead right now. I won't even want to live to see the results. But I think it's something in there about forgiveness. It's got to be. Maybe I'm wrong, though, but she is a victim of white supremacy. All that aside, she is a 15-term member of Congress. 15. That's not 15 years. That's 15 terms. That's longer than some of the people listening to this program have been alive. It's no way. I wouldn't care if you're the most ignorant person in the world. It's no way you're going to tell me you sat in Congress for 15 terms and you think in some way, based on logic and evidence, oh man, Wheezy and Ice Cube could blow this whole election. That's what you've learned in 15 terms? Woo! Man, I hope it is all done. Again, I'm going to absolutely vomit if this does end up being that Trump gets 4 more years and they point the finger at me and say it's my fault. Like, ooh wee. Wow, I did not put that there, but all right. 2020 has added a lot for us. Let's see. I had more clips. We'll sprinkle them in as we go and try to check. The number is 720-716-7300. The code 564-943 pound. Press star 61 if you would like to participate. I did get disconnected briefly, but we should be back and rolling. If you were listening online, had any difficulties, just refresh. If you were listening at TuneIn, Black Talk Radio Network, or wherever you happen to be at, if you're on the phone line, should not be a problem. I'll check in really quick some of the folks who are with us. If we have any folks who feel like they're pretty qualified as Christians, or at least they know a little something about Christianity, isn't there something about forgiveness, right? If you make a mistake, maybe you get fooled. I can't emphasize that enough, too. Even if I think that's true, and I don't, but even if I think that's true, that maybe you got a contingent of rogue Negro males, toxic black males, said, I don't trust that Joe Biden. I don't think I don't particularly care for Obama, and I don't particularly want his tag team partner to come back to the White House. I'm not going in him. Let's just stick with what we have. I don't believe that is the case, and that's seriously impacting the election. But even if that is, we are in a system of white supremacy. Racists, they do a lot of deceiving. Sometimes it's difficult to make a judgment, And you got Joe Biden, he's long record where you might have some folks who conclude, I think this Joe Biden fella is racist. I don't know if I want to support him. Maybe that happened. Lots of reasons. If there are any black males or black females in the C.O.W.S audience, if you voted for Trump, I don't forgive you because I don't feel that's anything that warrants forgiveness. I would just, that's interesting. I did say 4 more years, and we'll keep about the work of replacing white supremacy with justice. But I'll check, see if folks have anything to say at this point. Election reports, C.O.W.S reports. If not, we have a few more clips, and we'll start checking on the tabulation, see what we're working with, if anything, thus far. It's still kind of early. I think it's about 11. Almost 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 p.m., almost 8 p.m. Pacific. I will say I remember in 2012 when we were here, before 9 p.m. the election was done. Like Obama had trounced Romney, it was done. I think in 2016, it went a little bit later. So I don't know. This time around, I reckon we'll have to see what it looks like. But I'm thinking probably no earlier than midnight, maybe much, much later, but we'll check in and see. Again, if you want to chat it up, if you went out and voted, if you got scolded. Man, the old one I heard, it was a group of non-white people. They were on television, black people. They were talking about voting, and they pulled out the dusty, musty, mothball-infested. Now, if you are a black person, Dr. King died for you to come. I said, oh, my God, are they still saying that? It's been like 100 years. Like, do they still say that? We've had Obama and you got to have a better excuse. Like in 2020, like they almost got rocket ships than just to say Obama died. You just stay at home and eat Cheetos and not like, come on, man. Come on. We got to battle the road. Like you got to give me something better to be inspired than just saying that same old line. Come on. Let's see. The folks who dialed in with a hand up. Any thoughts to share before we push off? Did you vote? Were they looting and rioting at the poll if you did go out to vote? Did you get scolded for not voting? Are you a no-count scoundrel black male who voted for Donald Trump? No forgiveness for you. Hope you burn. Somebody said that. We had one of our callers said, I hope you burn in hell. They said it the other way. We had one of our listeners from the Global Sunday Talk on Racism. She said, you should burn in hell if you cast a vote for Kamala Harris. Like, dang, you cannot win if you cast a ballot. Like, they told me if I vote for Kamala Harris, I'm going to burn in hell. If I vote for Joe Biden, if I'm a black male, I will never be forgiven. It's unconscionable and shameful. I can't win. I'm going to sit home and eat Cheetos. Folks who dialed in, if you have a hand up, any comments to share? Did you vote?
Can I be heard?
Retired firefighter might be one of the no-count black males who voted for Trump.
I think my picture is on that piece of paper that describes that. But no, I did not vote. I had something of greater priority. I mean, that what I was doing in voting is not even close. As far as what I was occupying my whole daylight and some of the early evening accomplishing, is not even close as far as that in voting. Well, someone would say, well, what about the other days? With you could have voted 2 months ahead of time, something like that. Well, I had planned to do what I normally do, is wait until the November the 3rd, which is the day, and something came up. There's something came up. Well, it was already up, but I didn't realize it was going to have to last as long as it did. And it wasn't that I was really charged up to make this vote. If I don't do it, my life would end or anything like that. I was doing it just like I stated before, because a guy that I coach with, that is, very nice guy. I mentioned this to Thomas, and he had been vying for the mayor of Miami Gardens, the city that I reside, that I'm allowed to reside in. And I was literally going to go there just to bubble in his name as the mayor and leave out. I probably would have went in there and been out in about maybe 3 minutes, something like that. Because that's the only priority was to vote for him. And he won anyway. So he won anyway. They already have decided that. They have a check next to his name. There's several thoughts that I've had. I may have brought this first one up. I would like to. I am challenging in my mind this long cliche that says almost every 4 years that quote unquote black people decide on who is going to be the next president. Is that a metaphor / cliche, or is it some factual evidence that someone can teach me on of that being a fact? I want a few more questions. How many non-white black people that are classified as black live in the concept and are eligible voters in the concept that is called the United States? That's a question for anybody.
Much obliged.
Hello?
Retired firefighter. So we had two questions about the number of eligible voters. I am not sure. And that's when it can be difficult, because they purge.
Well, I mean, even an estimate number.
Got you. For an estimate, I wouldn't even have an estimate, but I would think it's got to be substantially lower than whatever our population is in the U.S. Because let's just say, for argument's sake, if our total population is, we'll say 50 million just for right now. It couldn't be 50 million because you've got children that are under 18 who can't vote, as they brag about basically all the time. You've got the prison industrial complex, so a lot of those folks can't vote. You got a lot of folks even who are not in greater confinement, like in the state of Florida, which they say is a battleground state where you are. They just said, they passed a law, okay, citizens voted. If you're a felon, you get your voting rights restored. Not so fast. Ron DeSantis, that's Trump's homie, Governor Ron DeSantis, not so fast. Maybe you can vote after you pay those fines back. So that stops a whole lot of people from voting right there. That's a lot of disproportionate dark people who, I can vote. No, you can't. Dang, thought I was going to buy. So it's got to be way lower. And they purged. They had that report. We played that one from 2016.
Right.
Where if you move or you don't re-register or whatever it is, bam, they just take you off the roll. So even if you do go to vote, they don't count it because you're not registered. And they said also disproportionately that was happening to black people. So it would have to be substantially lower than whatever our total population is for all of those reasons, plus a myriad of others. So in fact, I was told in school, not like grammar school, like this is a serious college class. I was told it rained here in Seattle today. They said if it rains, Republicans tend to do better because if it's raining, if you got to catch the bus or walk 5 miles to go vote, if I got to work, 8-hour shift, 10-hour shift, and now I got to catch 2 buses and walk 5 minutes or do all this other arduous stuff, oh man, forget, I'm not going to vote. Whereas if you have a little more resources, you get an Uber or you drive or whatever it is, no big deal. So just little things like that, white people already know. So that's why I say it's laughable to think black males. Yes. Andrew Gillum and company, retired firefighter and company. Yes. We are determined. To your first question, I feel like it would be too much respect to even call it a cliche, although that totally is it. By definition, it is a cliche to say, oh yeah, black people decide the election. And I have heard people classified as white and victims of racism say that like with confidence and absolute certainty, like they were telling you their name, like, oh yeah, black people decide who wins the presidency. Like, it has the most, it's right up there with white people being confused about racism. There's no way possible in a system. They had poll taxes. They brag about telling probably retired firefighters' mother and father, telling them, okay, nigger, in Florida for sure. Okay, nigger,
exactly.
We'll let you vote
yes,
if you can tell us how many jelly beans are in this 5-gallon jug. Nope, wrong. Oh, well, try it again next year.
Both of my parents were born in the state of Georgia. Both of my parents were born in the state of Georgia. So you're right. That actually was taking place there with those type of laws. And the math just does not. It's like somebody trying to say 1 + 1 is 800, and I'm supposed to believe it. It just doesn't fit. We're talking about a numerical lack of people voting, and not even rendering the lack of power that non-white black people have in a reality. And it smells of the nature of a white supremacist propaganda, because it would make us feel good. It would give us the illusion that we, under the global system of racism, white supremacy in this part of the world, have that potential level of power in our hands right now, and not have really worked towards it, that sort of thing. And that's just what it sounds like. And I can hear the laughter. I can hear the laughter out of white people with that idea in mind, that we put all of that energy and effort. In my 62 years, I have never have heard such of vigor on a election in my entire life. I've never heard it so much as what I've been hearing right now over the past, I would say, 4 years. I've never heard it in the magnitude that it is now. Whereas black people would actually fight each other over the issue. And it's also assisting the white supremacists to have black males and black females, a relationship that is already tattered by the global system of racism, white supremacy, is even exasperated even more over this foolishness. And one more thing, I'm just trying to answer your questions that you were asking all of us. I did at one time make the decision that I was a quote unquote Christian, and based on what I've read, I've read the Bible from Genesis to Revelations, and somewhere in there it does mention about forgiveness. It does. It does, and there is some consequences, I think, also for with people who have signed up for that, and who signed up for that and committed themselves. There is some consequences if one does not do that, and that's all I have to say. Somebody else who may want to say something, and thanks for listening.
One no-count male, no-count black male to another no-count black male. Mo in Dallas. Did you vote for Trump? You shameless, never forgive you. Did you go out and cast a ballot for our current president?
Sorry to say I couldn't make it to go vote today. I had more pressing issues on my daily agenda. So I guess I don't need Congressman Waters' forgiveness. I'm luckily not going to be one of the ones who have to plead for that. I did crunch retired firefighters' numbers. I got a rough estimate. Roughly, and I'm rounding down, there are, since black people are 13.4% of the population, out of roughly 328 million occupants in these United States, according to the census, we account for around, we account for maybe 43 million people, as black people as a collective. So 43 million out of 328 million. Not very, not a large portion. If you consider the fact that, you know, most of the incarceration population is black male, you know, so there are a lot of disqualified felons, you know, and things of that nature, along with, you know, individuals who maybe had a felony and don't understand their rights to vote. That maybe half, so let's say 7%. You know, if you attribute the felonies and all of that, I don't think, you know, we would, you know. Moving on. I did hear that Biden is offering police reform to black people. My question is, doesn't that imply that all black people are criminals? If his you know, go to help black people is police reform, wouldn't that imply that, you know, black people are inherently criminals? I did have two sisters that voted. 2 out of 3 of my sisters voted. My big sister was kind of upset with me for not voting, and so she knows my type of character, you know, the caliber of male that I aspire to be. So I sent her the get your booty to the polls ad, and I told her, like, you know, this is what was advertised to me as a black male, and I asked her if that was something that would move me to the polls, and she was like, well, I see why you're not. I also sent it to my little sister. I talked to them both this morning. My little sister was terrorized at the polls, believe it or not, when voting. She was waiting in line to vote, and she had a voter's registration card, but they didn't believe it was her, so she had to pull down her mask, and instructed by the poll volunteer, and the white lady behind her yelled at her to pull her mask back up. And she was like, okay, you know, she almost had an argument at the polls, and being that, you know, we've talked about engaging with white people out in public, she kind of just, you know, had to kind of shrug it off and submit to being terrorized at the polls. But this was her first time voting, so it wasn't a pleasurable experience for her. As far as toxic masculinity, I have made a short list of when my masculinity is appropriate. My masculinity is appropriate when it comes to maybe physical labor, running a barbecue grill, or killing bugs. But if I'm offering, you know, some sort of recommendation, you know, using logic, I am coined a toxic male, especially when my opinions don't suit the opinions of whoever I'm advising. And sometimes females, you know, they're quick to let me know how my opinions aren't wanted and I'm not useful. So unless there's a bug or a barbecue grill, I usually just shut up, because I'm not looking to argue with anyone, and I take the same position when it comes to politics and people's opinions on politics. That's all I have for now. Leave my line.
Come on, he said a bug or barbecue. That is black male privilege in 2020, year of the Rona. Whew. I guess I will say, since the first two folks that called in, still no count black males because they didn't even vote. So I guess you might not be totally off the hook, because since you didn't cast a vote for Biden, you might not be off the hook. Like, yeah, anybody, if you cast a vote for Trump or you didn't vote for Biden, like, yeah, that's probably just it. If you didn't vote for Biden, shame on you. Nothing. They might even say that. Nothing is more important. You should have planned things out better. You have no excuse. You shiftless, no counts. You could have got an absentee ballot and mailed it in a month ago. That's what, folks did all over the country, they say, in record number. We had a victim of white supremacy, black female, write in. She says, I believe she might be in Wisconsin. She writes, I usually vote, but this election I didn't. They didn't say shame for black females, so no shame for you. I contemplated, thought about voting for months, and decided it wasn't worth my time or effort. Uh-oh. I might say, see, if he wins, my time was spent working and self-care. Bravo. Self-care is important. Bravo. I was concerned about my safety. Dang. I didn't want to be targeted standing in line waiting to vote. Now take what Mo in Dallas just said with his sister. The mask and all of that. See, that's a whole nother component with everything this year, which a lot of folks said that they thought it was going to reduce the number of people to vote, because who wants to go out and have all that? They've been brawling and fighting in the streets and stores and everywhere else over masks and distancing all year long, all over the world. So why do I want to go be in this little confined space in a booth, and you got to wait in line? And they've been some reports saying people had to wait in long lines and all that. Why do I want to go through all that? And, where's your mask? And then Antifa's out, and I'm good. I'm sorry your sister, Mo in Dallas, had to endure that. Man, I had said hunker down. Like, I wish I had added that component, like people that wanted to vote, to mail it in, like get all that together and mail it in, because I would not want to be out, because that's a big lot. They were showing, like, some places it was big lines and things, and enforcement officers were out, and rowdy white people. Like, ooh, I am good on all of that. Like, yeah. That makes total logical sense to the victim who wrote in, being concerned about your safety. I've said that all year long. Avoid unnecessary risks. If for any reason you feel like, man, I don't think this is going to be a safe environment, that is reason enough right there to avoid. Self-care, bravo, cannot recommend that enough. It's already been a really dangerous year. We don't need any unnecessary risks. Let me double check, see if we... other folks who dialed in with a hand up, if you have commentary, proceed.
May I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Greetings, callers, listeners, and greetings, Gus. I did vote. I went out and participated in that, but I didn't really get online. I just had it mailed to me and just dropped it off at the location. I've never been a real strong proponent of voting. It's more, and I'll admit to it, it's kind of more my attempted partner. It's her kind of thing, and she feels like she's participating in a structure and all these other things in this so-called society. That being said, I have taken the time out just to kind of do the same thing as far as self-care, and more of that for me was just getting a book. I found an interesting book called Breath, in regards to, dealing with breathing and proper breathing that we often do improperly. And that's actually helped me tremendously in just calming down, waking up in the morning and taking deep breaths for at least 5 minutes before I even get into the day, and just proper breathing when I'm working out and stretching as well. As to masculinity, I've been very careful with dealing, especially with other groups of people when it comes to being a black male in this society. It's still a very dangerous thing. Even my neighbors, they're all females, and I tend to stay away from them because I feel like, let's just say I feel that the perception is that I'm this aggressive, overwhelming, type of monster figure, and I'm a darker black male, so that always plays into that role. So I've been very careful with that perception and that ideology, but having conversations and asking questions with people has been pretty much the main way I've been maintaining. And I'll say this, I made a smoothie the other day with hibiscus, lemon juice, freshly squeezed lemon, and watermelon, and pretty good. That's pretty much all I have to say. As far as Trump goes, I mean, people are getting into this, but I just see another 4 more years. I just don't see people understanding how devious and insidious this country is, the so-called country, and how crazy and insane white people are. I just don't think people realize it. As far as black male vote, I mean, come on. Exactly what retired firefighter was saying. I hear it all the time, and I don't respond to that conversation because I have my own opinion. I think it would cause a lot of unnecessary friction. So I don't even get into that. I leave it alone and drop that topic because I do agree with that analysis. We are not going to win anything as far as that goes with voting. Those are some of my tidbits. I have more, but I'll just mute my line. Thank you.
Did you freeze the watermelon?
No, I actually, there was, as weird as it sounds, there was somebody in the actual area that he came up from North Carolina. He does this, what he says monthly, where he comes up, he brings them up to the city here up north, and he sells them, and he got it, and like the next day, just put it in the fridge, and the next day took it out. But I heard freezing it is pretty good. Does that work, or does the watermelon kind of get like frostbitten or something like that? I'm not sure because I've never done it. I'll be honest.
No, it's super easy. I normally just use like a Ziploc bag and slice it. Like if it's really ripe where it's kind of mushy, it might clump together. Like then you might have to take some extra effort. But if it's typical watermelon, like you can just you can eat the rind. If it's organic, I do often eat the rind. It's just like cucumber. But anyway, you can peel it if you want, slice it up. I normally, like I said, just use like a Ziploc bag. You can use a glass lock container. That probably work too. But just slice it up, put it in the freezer like 12 hours or overnight. And if you have a high power blender, wow, like it'll make it a lot thicker, obviously colder too, but that is part of how I got through the summer of 2020, like frozen watermelon smoothies with mango. That is like absurd. And then frozen watermelon with cucumber. That is really, and then ginger and lime juice in both. Whew, like, oh my goodness, totally. And they'll be like, Count Black Male Coon. Like, wait a minute, let me get it. Oh, okay, I feel like I can. Woo!
I did take your advice, and I put some ginger in this one. So it works with the taste, it works with the flavor. But I also did something from what Dr. Nathan brought up, which is sea moss. Like I got fresh sea moss, and I put that in the fridge and everything, and I mixed it with one of the mixes, and it actually tastes good. If you ever tasted sea moss by itself, even when it's mixed with certain fruits, it doesn't taste that great. I mean, it's essentially, it's food, it's seaweed at the end of the day. So, but with watermelon and hibiscus and a little bit of lemon, tastes pretty good. Just trying to stay away from all the sugary drinks and all those things from my household. Now I just gotta try to get my household to drink more water. That's an ongoing task that I've been working on. Is just constantly having people in my house drink water. My offspring, my attempted partner, they're not big water drinkers, and I am. So I'm trying to get them to understand that if you don't have enough water in the morning, it usually affects you later on during the day and makes you more tired. So, you can't twist people's arms for that, lack of better analogy. It's just work. They got to develop a taste for it, like they say, you know?
Dr. Lathan, she would absolutely love it. I think she's the last non-white guest we had on the cows. White guests only. But
I thought it was Dr. Hansen.
No.
Dr. Hansen?
No, she was after Dr. Hansen. He was in like June or so. She was here in September after the retreat or so. But neither here. They were both here recently. Dr. Hen, they both had constructive information as well. But I know Dr. Lathan, she would definitely approve of nagging people that we care about, victims of racism, to drink more water. That's so important, especially now. People saying that they're stressed and feeling unsafe and under attack, like directly, literally. Drink more water, like literally. That will help lower your blood pressure. If you are having like a panic attack or feeling anxious, worked up, drink water. Like, it immediately starts to work in a productive manner in your body. Like, it is so important, especially if you non-water beverages are your normal go-to. Like, you're stressed, like, oh, I got to go to Starbucks to get my caffeine or whatever it is, or soda, sugary concoctions of all sorts. Like, water, super important. That is the black male beasts. Lots of black Miss Andrea. The next book, I think we will be on case for maybe 3 more sessions or so. Second worst book ever. But the next book for our book club, Jeffrey Toobin, white man at the New Yorker. He's still not been fired. He was masturbating on Zoom in front of his colleagues at the New Yorker, and he still has not been fired. What does Mr. Fuller say? White people don't get fired. They get transferred. He didn't even get transferred. It's not like they demoted him and said, you can't write for the New Yorker anymore. We'll send you to the New York Post or something. You go write for that, right? Nope, just suspension. Before his sexually lewd conduct, he was a writer at the New Yorker and best-selling author. He wrote the run of his life, The People vs. O.J. Simpson. This is the book that the Fox series was based on. Like, this is the next book for the book club. Like, this was a bestseller, and he has the audacity to write, no count, Johnny Cochran and O.J. Simpson playing the race card and getting over on our justice system. Are you serious, Jeff Toobin? Next book for the book club, The Run of His Life, The People vs. O.J. Simpson. The boogeyman of boogeymen, Orenthal James. I didn't even watch the series. Like, I'd feel some type of way about it, because I'd feel generally, if there's a movie that matches the book we're reading, I'll watch the movie. Like, I always do that. American Sniper, White Dog, Seaberg. I forgot there is a movie, Seaberg. People should watch that. If you read the book club for White Dog, you should. It's not a documentary, but it's just interesting. Romain Gary is in Seaberg, and he looks way old. Harvey Weinstein, everything that we said when reading the book, he looks about 40 years old. Anyway, he is in it, and they kill a dog in the movie. Seaberg, check it out if you're interested. Anyway, I normally do check out the movies if they're a companion to the book that we're reading, but I would really feel some type of way about having to watch the Fox series. Like, I love Cuba Gooding Jr., Cowbell. He's like the greatest, second to Morgan Freeman, but like, everybody loves Cuba Gooding Jr. I would feel some type of way about having to, but that is the next book. Like, I guess something could happen between now and then. We might have to read Joe Biden's autobiography, but I think we're going to be reading The Run of His Life. The People versus O.J. Simpson. Jeffrey 2. Maybe he'll be fired while we're reading the book. Make sure you don't buy it. It should be easily available for free at the library or wherever else. Whew, looking forward. Let's see. Other folks who dialed in, if you have commentary to share, line should be open. Proceed.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. Hope everybody's having the best evening possible. I did vote. I usually vote, but I don't live by myself anymore, and I need to keep the peace. So, yep, I did it. I was this close to voting for Mr. West. I'm not gonna lie. I thought about it for a second. I was like, he's the most honest person out of these people. He said he wrote the song, get money, marry a white girl. That's what he did in real life. Dark, light, white. That's what he did. I know going back, I still don't think old boy like Bush like black people. I think Beyonce should have won. Or they call it crazy. All that stuff. But I didn't. I live in Georgia. All of a sudden, this is a hot state. And when I first moved here, I moved here in 2016. I voted then, but I didn't vote for either of the two top candidates at the time because Georgia was like whatever, so I was like whatever. I believe that, Big Lee's going to win. I did not contribute to that, but, I'm not worried about that. Then you asked about the Christian thing about forgiveness. I did look up my little scriptures so we could kind of have some references. It talks about forgiveness. Yeah. It says, what is this one? This is Matthew 6:14-15. I forget, it doesn't say what version, but I guess this version says, for if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your Heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will not forgive their sins. I don't think it was a sin, though, to vote for Trump or not vote for Trump or do whatever, because there's also another scripture in 1 Corinthians 6:12 says, I have the right to do anything. You say, but not everything is beneficial. I have the right to do anything, but I will not be mastered by anything. So I know one of the callers said they had some pressing issues to do that were more beneficial than voting. So more power to you to go do that. So I read the book myself, the Bible myself. I haven't seen anything that said voting for one person or another is a sin. So she cannot forgive whoever she doesn't want to, VDQ, but if they didn't commit a sin, I guess you don't have to forgive them. So VDQ on their side. Let's see. That was, it wasn't funny, but what the caller said about toxic masculinity, the bugs and everything, I'm for that. Men should kill the bugs and all that. But that was funny. But, I'm sorry you all feel that you are being attacked. Not that you feel that way, you are being attacked. And, as a black woman, I apologize. I don't know what I can do to help you. I just try to, be open about things and not blame you for what goes wrong. I don't even blame President Obama. Yes, he was the president. Yes, he has some responsibilities, but in the end, everything, people were trying to stop him. So, and he did grow up with white grandparents, so his frame of mind may be different than some black people that grew up with two black parents and black grandparents. So, but I voted mainly to keep the peace in my home because my mom lives with me and older people are, you got to vote, this, that, and the other. She gets upset when I tell her Bickley's going to have 4 more years. Don't say that. I'm like, look, Mom, just help you get ready, just, get prepared. And I do appreciate his upfront racism because I was going to mail in my ballot, but the thing, when all the stuff came up with the post office, I said, well, let me go vote early, and I did. I didn't have any problems. all the poll workers were black. They're usually white. But I guess with the Rona, they told all the old white people to stay home and be safe and, you know, put the black people out there at risk or whatever. So everyone was black, but it was relatively peaceful. I didn't have any problems. I just had to stay clear of some of the people because I was between two white people, and I just kept checking to make sure they had their mask, or if they didn't have their mask, to staying away from them because I don't need your Rona or any other thing you have. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Wow, I'm so glad you gave us the extra detail. Because when you started out, you said, I voted to keep the peace in the house. And I was like, how? I don't understand. And then you came back to it and gave us the breakdown. It's like, I see. Was Kanye West's name, like, on the ballot? Like, you could actually check
No, it wasn't on the ballot here. You would have to write it in. But I've written in the name before. Whatever.
Okay.
No problem.
I was about to be stunned. Like, what is going on in the state of Georgia? Like, man, they've got Yeezy's name. Woo! What a 2020. But, okay. Did they hit you with it, because you're in Georgia, did they hit you with the Dr. King died for you to get out and vote, for you to be lazy and sit around?
I think they did that on maybe, well, not me in particular. I don't know enough people. I'm not super friendly. So, no one's hit me with that. No, I just went out. I did. Like I said, where I live is, I guess you could say, is diverse community. Like I said, a lot of the people in the line were white, so that's just the area I live in. Like I said, all the workers were black, and black people live here because I live in Macon, so it's, black people everywhere. But no one hit me with that. I did get a lot of, the mail, vote. And I'm like, I voted. And they were like, oh, we know you vote if you vote because we can check the rolls. I'm like, well, if you check the rolls, stop sending me all this stupid mail. I voted already. Leave me alone. I voted early. Like, I get the point. But no, it's been, a lot of races have been contested down here, so there's been a lot more ads and advertising from senators and all of that. So it's been busy, but no one's bothering me. I think I have one of those faces that say, leave me alone, I hope. So.
Love it. All of us can work on that face to leave me alone. I'm about my counter-racist business. Right on. Okay, so we got check-in from Georgia. I think some other folks have been in that position where they feel like they might have to vote to keep the peace, even having an understanding of white supremacy, racism. Yep, do what you do. And I mean, hey, check out, see what the ballot's like. Make it a counter-racist experiment. And glad to hear she already voted, even though she's still being pestered, making sure she got out the vote. They can be nagging about that sort of thing. Nagging about water, I think, is acceptable. That is, we're talking about life or death here. Voting? I don't know. Let's see. Some of the other folks who dialed in, if you have a hand up, if you have commentary to share.
Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I did not vote. I stayed home and watched The Man in the Castle. My mom voted, I think, maybe 2 weeks ago. Early voting. I'm in New York State. She's been pestering me to go vote. I didn't even register to vote. Not interested. Didn't see the point of it. To me, it doesn't really matter who wins. We're going to still be in the same position, which is being victims of racism and white supremacy. That's not going to go away. I felt bombarded by ads in the mail. Today it was yesterday. I was on Amazon, and I felt like everybody told me to go vote. And I saw an article that said that Amazon, I think, where the workers were protesting that Amazon wasn't letting them go vote. And I'm like, interesting. Amazon's telling me to go vote, but they're not allowing their workers to go vote. What else? Yes, I felt like this year, it feels pretty stressful with, just this push, especially for Black people, as you guys were saying earlier, like, like it matters if Black people vote or not when we're not the majority, and not to mention the Electoral College. But yeah, I didn't see the point in voting. And the Man in the Castle, I'm watching that show, and it's very interesting. It's focused on Jews, but in the whole show, I think I've seen only like one Black person. I think that's all I have to say for now.
Now I could see it being something like, you all, Cal's listeners, Gus T, ringleader, you didn't emphasize that they should vote. This is important. We got Supreme Court justices being picked, and Trump could get to pick half of the Supreme Court, and then we'll have to live with that for the next 25 years. Like, it's irresponsible to not. I can hear some folks saying that, like, you didn't vote, and it's your fault we didn't get Biden, or, something else, because you all didn't vote. You all made all these lame excuses to go do this and that and this and that, and talked about watermelon smoothies. You should have voted. I could see some people saying that, saying, a vote not cast for Biden is, even if you didn't vote at all, you'll be to blame if Trump ends up winning. The bombardment, lots of folks reporting that, even if it's not like being physically accosted, but just nagging and pestering. You got to get out and vote. You got to get out and vote, like everywhere. I think that has been rather intense, and particularly this year with all the other stress and problems that people have, to be nagged about this, like, wow. Totally feel you. We were going to read The Man in the High Castle on the book club. Reading more important than watching television. In fact, that same lecture, the final Cress Welsing Institute, December 2015, where Dr. Welsing said, next president, Donald J. Trump, in that same lecture, she talked about that TV show / book. That's another one. The book is sci-fi. It came out in the 60s, but they made it into a TV series 2000, about the time Trump started running for office. But they were advertising in New York. They were advertising, and they had swastikas all over the subway and all this. And I talked to Dr. Welsing about that. She spoke about it on the Welsing Institute. You can hear. But yeah, we were going to read that for the book club. That's another one. Book was very successful, wildly popular, and then the TV series, I think it's in the second or third season now, wildly popular. Lots of folks talking about it. Reading more important than watching television. Let's see. Other folks who dialed in, if you have a hand up, line should be open. Proceed.
Give me 1 second to get to a quieter environment, please.
For sure. Rob in California. Let's see. Other folks, wow.
There we go, sure.
Wow, Rob is getting situated. Other folks who dialed in with a hand up.
Can I add something to the previous caller's Amazon comment?
Might as well.
Okay. I just did a quick search for Amazon's employee population. 26% of Amazon's employees are Black by race or ethnicity, and it looks like 72% of their managerial force are white men. So it sounds like the white man is keeping the Black man from voting, if you ask me. That's all I had.
Oh, man. Woo, that is important. That reminded me, is there a caller on the Skype line, perhaps? Did you have a hand up? Just making sure I'm not missing folks. Did we miss totally? Caller on the Skype line, vote line, or whatever it is.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Hello, everybody. I'm calling from LA, and I just want to say about the Kanye West being on the ballot. He was actually running as a VP to a Rocky de la Fuentes Guerrera. That's for the American Independent. I just want to point it out. Thank you. Speak more.
Much obliged. Much obliged. Strive for accuracy.
Can I be heard?
Yep. Now we got Rob in California. Back to back, California, LA, and San Diego. Love California.
Greetings, guests, callers, and listeners. So I did not vote, and my codified response is to tell anybody I asked that I voted. Just because, you know, like everybody's laying out like you are really frowned upon if you don't vote. And as I was scrolling down my Facebook feed, very disturbing to see the amount of people that finger wag at other people if they don't vote. I mean, in my observations, I haven't seen anything really change or, you know, voting really change anything. And I'm just always amazed at the amount of people that feel like, you know, voting will change something. So it's a very interesting dynamic. From what I can gather, a lot of people think that Biden will win the election. I really don't agree or disagree with it. I really don't care. You know, it's going to be the same situation for me. Like IQ said, I got to get up and go to work either way it go. So, you know, it really don't matter. One of the biggest observations, businesses, I'm in downtown San Diego, businesses were boarding their windows up since like yesterday in anticipation of people acting out due to the outcome of the election. And that's all I have at this time. And I'll chime back in a little later. Thank you for listening.
Much obliged. Rob in SoCal. So it does seem like we're piling up a number of folks who did not vote using quality counter-racist, really impeccable counter-racist logic, but we are piling up a lot of non-voters. Like, I don't know. We certainly don't have any enthusiastic voters, or at least they haven't participated as of yet. I haven't heard any folks who, yes, I got my Biden Kamala Harris pin and I am excited. We are at the watch party and, you know, looking forward to great things or whatever it is. Like, I don't know if we had that in our COWS audience, but I could certainly see some folks doing some blaming to say, man, we did not encourage adequate sense of civic duty to get out and participate, have your voice counted. The number 720-716-7300, the code 564943 pound. Press star 61 if you would like to participate. So it's inching towards 9. As I said, I'm going to probably try and pick a news channel, something not CNN. Other folks can kind of share if you're watching the news and kind of see what's unfolding. I didn't hear anybody report any criminal or looting, thank goodness. So maybe people will behave and we will get through all of this, you know, as safely as possible. We did have Mo in Dallas saying his sister was accosted, but nothing like on a grand scale, nothing out in the streets, that type of thing, marauding. I think they said they were boarding up Rob in Wisconsin. That's happened in a number of places, as I've seen, where they've been boarding up. I think I reported previously, downtown Seattle has been boarded up for most of this year, dating back to May with the George Floyd protests. They were shut down before all of that. I don't remember if they were boarded up, but they were shut down because of the Rona, and then all the rest. So yeah, Seattle has been kind of boarded up for months now. I will try to, as I said, pick a news feed, I can pipe some of that in so we can listen live. It looks like something is, exciting is happening or newsworthy. There's another report. I wanted to make sure I played this one because this is about the increase in gun sales as it pertains to the election. White genetic annihilation. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, when she was talking about the man in the high tower, and that's, unless I'm mistaken, I haven't read the book or watched the film, but it is a fictionalized account. Let's hypothetically say that the Nazis won World War II, and what would things look like? And I think the U.S. is like divided in half, and half Nazi, half Japan, or something of that nature. But the main thrust, Nazis won World War II, and we're proceeding, what happened afterwards. Nazis won. But Dr. Welsing talked about that, why that's important, why they would have swastikas plastered all over New York City to support such a project, why she thought Trump was going to win, all supported by white genetic annihilation. That is exactly, in my view, what is at the crux of this report. This is from This American Life, just within the last couple days. They also reported about, the people working at the polls. Our caller in Georgia was talking about that it seemed like it was a lot of black people, that maybe they told the older white people who would normally be working there, oh, stay at home, get on the Zoom, draw some penises, we don't want you to get the Rona, better safe than sorry, type of a thing. They were reporting on This American Life podcast. They said, I forgot the exact city, but it was the same dynamic. It was in Atlanta. It was the same dynamic where something happened at a polling place. It seemed like a big outbreak. I think they had like 3-4 people, or excuse me, it was many more than 3 or 4 people who ended up getting the virus and had to be sent home. And they sent most of the people home from the polling place. And they called in to talk to one of the people. And by his name and everything, if I had to take a gander, even though it is not reliable, just, name that sort of data, didn't seem like this would be someone classified as white for many reasons. Seemed like they might be doing the same thing, having the folks who are at greater risk, make sure we get those folks classified as white out of harm's way as much as possible. Few white sacrifice here and there. But this is a different report. They were talking about all year long, what is it? Penises, gun sales, phallic symbols. Penises, gun sales all year long. They were talking about people, mostly white people, but people being afraid as a result of the election, what might happen, and I need to get a gun. Even listen to the report from a white woman, super important. She's a little bit later in this, and then listen to the report from the self-identifying gay white man. Those are two to key in on. This is a little bit longer, but hold up, maybe the election will be done by the time it's over. But fascinating report from This American Life. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing's White Genetic Annihilation had that in the forefront of your brain computer. Context of White Supremacy will be back after this segment.
One sign of how shaken up people are in our country right now, gun sales. They're going nuts. A record year, according to the FBI. The FBI is doing twice the number of background checks they did last year. A survey of gun store owners by an industry trade group estimates that something like 40% of their sales are to first-time gun buyers. 40%. To people who've never owned a gun. Lily Sullivan talked to some of them, and it was like a tour of different fears that people have about this country right now.
The thing I wanted to know was, why now? What's the thing that made you want a gun? Brian told me he was around guns some when he was growing up. He'd sometimes do target practice or go shooting. When he was 16, he was hunting with his family, and he killed a deer. It made him really sad, so he never bought a gun. Now he's 52 and lives in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. It's in the mountains, kind of a ski town in the winter. He just bought a gun the day I talked to him, a Glock 9mm. The thing that made him want one? The first presidential debate. The one where there was so much yelling.
After watching that debate, I laughed out loud multiple times, but at the same time I was horrified.
What was it about the debate?
Oh, I think it was just the non-civility. It wasn't civil. I mean, Biden was trying to be civil, but the leader of our country was not trying to be civil. I mean, whoever thought our country would come to this, to where it almost seems like, I mean, I don't know if it's leaning towards a civil war, but it's not, it doesn't seem civil. Everybody on my side were mad. Everybody on that side, they're mad. I mean, I don't know after the election if the Republicans are going to take this very well if they lose. Trump's already saying that he hasn't said he's going to accept any kind of, I mean, it's going to be challenged. And then you got, I think there's going to be, I mean, there's going to be people protesting.
Protesting the election, you mean?
Yeah, the results. And I mean, it's just and you know what? And those people that are going to be protesting the results, I mean, I hope they don't become violent, but they're all Second Amendment gun-toting Americans, you know? And I don't know. And I think I'm fine in my small little town that I live in. But I mean, you just never know. I actually went and looked at guns at one gun shop on the Thursday after the debate, and they were out. They were like out of guns. They were out of ammo. I got online and I looked at stores in Denver and stuff like that. Even what sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. Unbelievable. And so then I found another place that's like an hour from home, and they had guns. It's a weird thing because I feel like I go to the gun counter, and first off, there's the whole mask, non-mask, you know, libtard thing. So yeah, it felt weird because you're talking to a bunch of gun-toting Republicans trying to buy a gun off. So I'm there in like cut-off sweatpants and a hoodie, you know, wearing a mask. And so, it's a little bit...
You said libtard?
Oh, I've heard that so much. I went into my local gun shop where masks should be required according to the ordinances. And I was in there talking to the kid who had a pistol on his side, you know, looked like he was definitely not voting for the same person I'm voting for. And he did not have a mask on. And his dad, who owned the shop, did not have a mask on. And the kid's, after I'm in there for a couple minutes, he's like, "You don't have to wear your mask." And I'm like, yeah, I'll go ahead and just keep my mask on if you don't mind. And he kind of paused and he was like, got choked up on like he was going to say some stuff. And I was finally like, "No, we don't need to discuss it. I would just have some questions about these guns." And he kind of wasn't as nice to me after that.
Oh, really? Like you think it maybe like irritated him a little or something?
Yeah. Like because I was a libtard in his store looking at guns. So I guess now I'm a gun-toting libtard.
For Dejanay, the moment she decided to buy a gun happened in March. She's a nurse in San Bernardino County, outside of LA. Dejanay has an aunt who wanted her to get a gun for years. Her aunt owns a gun store. It's actually the only black-owned gun store on the West Coast, where she trains women to shoot. Dejanay's pretty, her aunt told me. She worries about her niece dating and living alone. Dejanay had even had a stalker once. But the thing that flipped Dejanay wasn't the stalker. She was in the grocery store after work one day. The pandemic had just arrived.
I've never seen the grocery store look the way that it looked. Lines wrapped around the building, like people beating people up for their groceries or for their basket because there were none, like everywhere. And it was just like complete pandemonium.
You say beating people up, like fighting?
Yeah, people were getting into fights, physical fights.
So what were people fighting about?
The last sanitizer. I mean, but it wasn't just one. There were a couple of them. People were fighting over the last pack of tissue, literally the last pack of frozen corn dogs. Like everyone was buying everything that they could put their hands on. And I just remember looking at all these people, and it just made me scared. I said, wow, I was scared. So I called my aunt, and I said, hey, I need to buy a gun. And she started laughing. And I said, what do you have? And then I sent her the money, like right there. And
like in line?
Yeah, I Zelled it to her. I Zelled her the money. And I'm like, I already paid for it. This is mine. Put it aside.
A lot of first-time gun owners I talked to explain their reason this way. They'd started to feel something weird in the air, a kind of amorphous anxiety. Shane is 49. He has a house in the hills in Northern California. So in addition to all the coronavirus strangeness, they've also had wildfires and rolling blackouts. One day a few months ago, the power went out, and it didn't come back for 14 days, which meant no internet, and then the cell towers stopped working.
So things started getting weird. That's the best way that we can put it is things started getting weird. Like people would drive right up to the grocery store, like not park, just like literally drive right up and nose first right in front of the doors for the grocery store and get out and just leave their car there.
You mean those sliding doors?
Yeah. So there was like fraying. There's just a feeling. There's just a feeling in the air that was not a good feeling. Like you could pick up that things were getting kind of weird, and we're gonna get weirder if the power didn't come on soon.
I asked Shane and everyone else, when you think about needing a gun, what do you picture? Is there a scene that plays in your mind? Nearly everyone said it's night. They're sleeping, and someone dangerous shows up. Shane's version is people wandering to his house in a disaster, finding it in the woods through the smoke, and trying to take his family's supplies, their food, their generator, the things they need to survive. There's something pre-apocalyptic about it. He's on his own, protecting his home from marauders. This is stuff he doesn't think will happen. But at the same time, for months, they've been surrounded by fires, smoke so thick that it can look like dusk in the middle of the day. So somehow, it does seem possible to him. All kinds of things do.
I wonder if there are people who in our community who resent us because we're successful, or for whatever reason, because we're Jews or because we're gay. And, we do have a growing neo-Nazi threat in this country. It's our biggest internal security danger is the growth of neo-Nazis. And those people know how to use firearms, but my feeling is if you're in the left or even a moderate, you should be doing the same thing to protect yourself. My husband's gotten a little out of control with the ammunition. He's purchased like 1,600 rounds. And I said, Glenn, after a gun battle involving 1,600 rounds, your gun would melt because the barrel gets so hot. You have to stop firing it after a certain point. And I said, our house would probably collapse. It'd look like Swiss cheese. Like, the walls would collapse inward on themselves. But he's like, it's just hard to find ammunition for this gun. And I'm like, I'm fine with about 75 rounds. Like, I don't feel like I need, 1,600 rounds of ammunition. And I actually asked him to please stop buying ammunition. But,
oh my gosh.
He did really stock up.
Okay. I'm trying to picture 1,600 rounds. Is that like a shoebox full of bullets?
We actually did buy some Gucci flats, and that box was filled up with bullets. It's kind of an incongruous look, the Gucci shoebox with the 22 bullets. That's a gay male way of doing it.
Nancy bought her pistol around Mother's Day. She sent me a photo of herself on Mother's Day, dressed in a Lily Pulitzer blouse and pale blue cardigan, holding a Smith & Wesson 380 EZ. She's 53. She owns a small business making luggage tags. She has also worked as a nurse, a lot in hospice. She lives with her family just outside of Appleton, Wisconsin. She described her town to me as your typical don't have to lock your doors suburb. Before this year, she'd never even held a gun. It was actually kind of hard for her to explain why it felt so urgent.
It's kind of like a nameless, faceless feeling that I have, almost like the earthquake that the world had where everything shifted and the normal that we knew is no longer there. It's like the axis, the world fell off its axis.
Since the pandemic, she says, her world has suddenly shrunken to just her family and her home.
That was all you had. And so if someone was going to come into your house and take that away, as everything else had been taken away, that was not okay.
Nancy lives 2 hours north of Kenosha, Wisconsin, where there were big protests after the shooting of Jacob Blake by police officers. Some demonstrators set cars and buildings on fire. The National Guard was called in. A teenager, a Trump supporter who came to the protests in support of Blue Lives Matter, shot 3 people, killing 2 of them. There have been protests in Appleton, near where Nancy lives,
It's this small town. Nothing happens. Nothing goes on. We don't have any murders. But we had riots here in Appleton. So we got kind of a small town taste of people, being upset and being, the tension.
The police in Appleton don't use the word riot to describe what happened there. One man was assaulted, but there were no fires, no vandalism. And when Nancy and I talked about it more, she agreed that riot wasn't the right word. Nancy already owned her gun by the time this happened, but a lot of gun store owners have said that customers point to the protests as one of the reasons they felt so worried.
I don't want to sound like a privileged white woman that I'm living in, this La La Land, which is really mostly white people here. I mean, this is like almost Utah white. It's white here. But there's been more racial tension and more people coming in, and I don't know. I think it's the underlying fear, and I don't know who I'm afraid of. That's also kind of upsetting too. Is I don't really know who am I afraid of, who am I worried about.
Tell me more about that. What do you mean?
I don't know. Is there somebody that's going to be coming for revenge? Like, since I'm Caucasian, is there somebody that's coming for my property? Is there someone coming just because they feel like it?
So, when you're thinking about just the unrest, are you, picturing Black people? Or, because I also know that in Kenosha, it was a white teenager who killed 2 people. So I'm just kind of curious, is it Black people? Is it white people?
Honestly, if I had to say what I was worried about is, and this is going to sound truly awful, but I don't think it's so much a matter of a color of a skin, but more of a socioeconomic level of someone that's so desperate that things are so bad and people are losing their job and people aren't able to make their rent. And I think that's what makes me more nervous than particular, Black Lives Matter or African Americans or anything like that. I think it's more just the desperation of people. The protests and stuff like that doesn't scare me. I think it's more just the world in general that scares me, and the unrest and the uneasy feeling than anything else.
One more person. Elsa lives in a small town in North Carolina. Growing up, no one around her had guns. She grew up in Kenya, moved to the U.S. over 30 years ago. That nightmare scenario that nearly everyone talked about, of being woken up in the night by intruders, asleep and helpless, it actually happened to Elsa a couple years ago. The intruders fled before hurting anyone, but it was terrifying. She thought about getting a gun, but she didn't until this year, when COVID hit, and when police violence set off protests around the country.
I worry not about the Black Lives Matter. I worry about the crazies that are out there that are against the Black Lives Matter movement that could target someone like me just because of the color of my skin. For one, I'm mixed. And my daughter is pale. Very, very. She's got her complexion. She's got Caucasian complexion. Because my ex-husband was white.
Okay.
And like I said, he's my ex-husband. So my current husband is a Black man. Yeah, so Black woman, white child is an issue. And even worse, I feel worse for my husband because there are a lot of times that he goes out with my daughter. And my daughter is, well, aside from her nose, she could pass for white. So, him walking out with her, I can see someone trying something crazy,
Yeah.
I worry in part because of the rhetoric that I see, number one, coming from the White House. It scares me. And more as we're getting closer to the election, I'm more and more scared. And I've become so aware now. Everywhere I go, I make sure I have my weapon on me.
Oh, wow.
So I came from a third world country. Never expected the environment here to be this thick. I feel so much tension, and I fear so much. There's a lot of fear. You got the extremists, and you don't know who they are. You don't know who they are. But it's gotten a lot worse during Trump. There are a lot of people that all along have tried to blend in, right?
Yeah.
Trump came along, and a lot of the people that used to kind of try to blend in and not bring out their true feelings are now bringing out their true feelings, and they feel like they can get away with it. Whereas before, that wasn't there.
Do you feel like you can see things changing around you? People coming out, kind of?
Yeah, well, when you start seeing start seeing the Confederate flag all over you, all over around you, that's a big sign, you know? I saw one that was right on the side of the highway that didn't used to be there.
How does your husband feel about the decision to buy a gun?
He is completely against it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. He's like, I had to kind of ease it in. Yeah, because he was not for it at all.
Why not?
And he is completely against them. He's completely against guns. So I think he's kind of warming up to the fact that I have a couple. But yeah, he's not comfortable, put it that way. Even when I'm cleaning it, and I try not to clean it when he's around, because he's just not comfortable.
The last question I had for everyone. Now that people have their guns, does it help? Do you feel better?
100%. 100%.
Again, here's Dejanay, who bought her gun when she saw people fighting over corn dogs.
I feel so much better. Like, I go to bed at night. Yes, 100%. You have something to protect yourself. I mean, I live alone, but I still sleep with my bedroom door closed and locked. And so.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, I do. Just in case, to give me like a couple of extra seconds. I guess that's how I see it. So now I'm fine.
Again, here's Nancy from Wisconsin.
Oh gosh, yes. Just having it next to the bed. Yep. Just having it next to the bed.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
Here's Shane, who worried about marauders and neo-Nazis.
Being powerless is not a good place to be. It does make you feel more secure. Like if things really start going downhill, you're like, we can handle this. I don't worry about that anymore, which is nice.
And finally, Brian, who had so much trouble finding a gun, and finally picked one up the day I talked to him. Does it make you feel safer?
No, not yet. No. No. That's an interesting question, because there's a gun sitting on my counter and I got ammo next to it, and I don't know where to put it.
Oh, really?
You know, I don't. And I'll tell you, I'm not. Let's just say the ammo's still in the ammo boxes and the gun's still in the gun case. I'm not in a hurry to like put the ammo in the, what do they call that thing? They call it something the ammo goes in. It's I don't know what it's called. You know, because it'll hold so many bullets in it. I forget what that thing's called, but I'm just not in a hurry to put any bullets in it. I mean,
got it.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly really don't want one.
Oh, you don't?
I mean, I don't. I just, I almost feel like I just had to get one.
Oh, interesting. Does it kind of suck to have one?
Yeah, I don't like it. I wish I didn't think I needed one.
Brian told me he grew up with guns, but they were for hunting and target practice, for fun. He says nobody talks about self-defense. Nobody talks about shooting other people. But that's all anybody talks about today. That's one thing that unites us. We're united in fear of each other.
Lily Sullivan is the producer on our program. Nora Gill helped her with additional reporting.
My life's in constant danger. I'm threatened by a stranger. I'm scared they'll club and stab me. Scared kidnappers will nab me. I'm scared of home intrusion and cultural infusion. I'm scared of immigrants and teens in drooping pants.
Context of white supremacy. They said we united in fear of each other. False. Fear of white genetic annihilation. Striving for accuracy. That is the fear. White people are not afraid of black people at all. They demonstrate that all the way to Joe Biden came out and if you don't know whether or not to vote for Joe Biden, you ain't even black. He didn't even say aren't. He said ain't even black. Got to talk to the Negroes speaking their language. Anywho, that was from This American Life. Again, we are not united in fear of each other. Not even close. So many points I thought were relevant, significant from the piece. I'll share a few thoughts and then we'll check in with folks, see if we can get an update on the election. I think it's Wednesday officially on the East Coast after midnight. So polls are closed. They should be coming up with tabulations maybe. But they spoke to the white woman, Patty, in Wisconsin, close to Kenosha. The Kyle Rittenhouse, 17-year-old white fella, went down there and shot those folks up and then got his mom to scurry him back home to Illinois. So she, Patty, white woman, lives there, said, I don't want to sound like a privileged white woman, but she's afraid, need my firearm for safety. And she said, this area, because she asked her, who are you afraid of, Patty? And she said, well, it's just been so much racial tension, and this area is white. I mean, Utah white. White. Like, wow, that's a lot of use of the term white. So it's white people that live there. Like, you don't have very many, sundown town, perhaps. Not ignorant about racism, white supremacy. That's what we should be thinking, because I've heard people do that before. Individuals classified as white explain where they grew up, and they'll say it was that type, white. I've never heard Utah white before, but yes, I've heard that sort of thing before. We should immediately think sundown town. Read, Negra, and run. If you can't read, run. Sundown towns. And she said, it just seems like vengeance, Patty said, vengeance, they're going to come for my property, Then they spoke with Dejanay. Now, I don't know if this is a black female or not. As I said, listening to audio is not reliable. If you can use your mute button, and definitely not be on speakerphone. That's got that. All right. So they makes you lose your train of thought. They spoke with Dejanay, and I've said that that's not reliable. There was no audio for this, no video for this. So when you don't have visuals, a lot of times people make errors, big, huge errors about, now, is this a white person? Is this a non-white person? I suspect Dejanay, black family that she was talking to. She said she was married. Yeah, she said she's a black female, used to be married to a white man. So we got the reveal. That whole cowbell, that whole segment, fascinating for a myriad of reasons. Now, she said she is currently married to a black male, used to be married to a white guy. And she said she was disturbed. She saw people brawling over corn dogs in the store. Now, I have, had corn dogs in my life. I've even thought about making some vegan corn dogs. They have such a thing. But I have never had corn dogs that were that tasty that it was worth brawling out in public over a corn dog. Like, you got to be joking. Cornbread, maybe. Cornbread, not a corn dog. But so people are brawling over corn dogs and hand sanitizer and whatever else. So she wants to get a gun. She says her husband, totally against them. Just not in support of guns at all, not comfortable about it. And she got two. Now, I thought it was toxic black masculinity. I thought we had people here who said, I call in New Jersey, said, I'm a monster. People I just come around, what are you doing? Drink my water. Just fussing. I'm going to gobble you up and smack you upside the head if I see you with a Pepsi-Cola type of thing. I thought that's what he said. We got the black monster and toxic black masculinity, the Negro male, rape you and then push you around. I thought she was going to tell us, Dejanay, that he grabbed her in the headlock. What are you doing? You chick, come gun in here. Did you hear me, woman? I'm a black man. Growl at her, and that's that. I don't even bring a pea shooter in the house. You hear me? I'm married to a black male. They're about to ruin the whole election. That's not what she said. She said he's totally against them. Doesn't support it at all. Trying to get comfortable with it, but I got two. She didn't even say she got one. She said she got two. I'm not mad. I'm just pointing it out like, dang, I thought you at least got to tell me something that makes sense. Like the black male gets the big piece of chicken. Something. He's going to ruin the election. Kanye West is... Makes sense, man. Makes sense. If the black male can't even come in his house and, there's not going to be any firearms in this house, and that's that. Couldn't even do that. If you can't even do that, I don't want to hear nothing about black male patriarchy. We've ruined the election. Black male privilege. Dejanay got her firearms. Husband is trying to deal with it as best he can. They spoke with the gay male, self-identified. He said his partner got 1,600 rounds. That's a lot of shooting. Talked about that. A lot of white people, they got Costco membership so they can go and, buy bulk. We don't just go and buy one box of guns. Or, we don't just go buy one gun. We don't just go and buy one box of ammo. We'll take the whole shelf. Go to the nearby town. Buy the whole shelf there too. Like, racist man, racist woman, racist child. I remember I talked to Mr. Fuller about that. He said, good gosh, like who? That 1,600 bullets, like that's like Walking Dead type, situation. I mean, that is a lot of shooting. Like, unless you think, you got the last bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken and every single black person from like a 500-mile radius is going to be descending on your residence, like 1,600 bullets? And was trying to get more. Didn't sound like he was satisfied. What does it mean to be white? The number is 720-716-7300. The code 564-943#. Press star 61 if you would like to participate. Let's see. Folks that we missed totally, we'll get again. If you voted, definitely let us know. If you voted today or if you, mailed your ballot in a month ago, whatever, let us know. If you didn't vote, that's fine too. If you want to chat, if you, had people come and point finger at you and say it's going to be your fault if things don't work out correctly, you can share that also. Let's see if you have commentary about any of what has been shared, that it'll be black male's fault if this, goes for Trump. The segment about the gun I thought was fascinating. Let's see. Our caller in Louisiana, Irie. Haven't heard from you yet. If you have commentary, you should be with us, ma'am.
Hello, everybody. What was I going to say? I didn't vote. Last time I voted was in when Barack Obama first ran, and I actually voted for Cynthia McKinney. And after that, I just said I'm not going to be participating because, it seemed farcical, and especially now, I feel like I'm not about to vote for one white supremacist over another. And then I also wasn't going to vote for Joe Biden, especially after learning what I learned about him, the crime bill, but also I watched a documentary where he grilled Anita Hill very badly, like she was trying to set up Justice Thomas. It was very tasteless how he spoke to her, a professional, overly educated woman. So I knew I wasn't going to vote for him if I was going to vote. But honestly, I'm a victim and, VGQ, but I did, in the back of my mind today, want to see Donald Trump win if he was, if somebody was going to win, just to hopefully fate the white supremacists who came out and said that, if Trump loses, we're coming for y'all. There were plenty of reports where there were white men, especially, showing their stockpiles of guns and ammunition and other tactical, supplies that they've amassed over probably decades, waiting for, a time like this to come. And the older white male said that he had enough ammunition and guns to support any other, quote, patriots that needed a weapon. So there's that. I wanted to also mention a few weeks ago when I went to get ammo, I was questioned about, why do you want these? You should just get this type, and, these are cheaper, and then they assigned a black male to me another time I went in the store to get ammunition, and he was questioning me about the type of weapon I had, and, I have that too, and you should come back, and we should, we could shoot together, and I'll bring mine, and you bring yours, and we'll try each other's out, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that sounds great, And after that, I was like, okay, I got to do something else. So I decided to go to another range to buy ammo and to practice. But, the thing about white people being afraid, it's weird because their fear is not based on evidence and reality. Their fear is, in my opinion, is a mania. They've made themselves manic over, speculation of, vengeance, retaliation. I even, my partner was watching Dr. Welsing's appearance on the Donahue show, and one of the older white ladies was like, I just hear violence. I just think we're afraid of violence, and they know what they've done progressively over the centuries, that there has to be some type of ebb and flow for their actions, so that's why they're afraid. And then there are also people that just, again, they like violence. I believe their existence just heavily relies on it because of my study of European history and American history. And they really don't know another way to function, but I definitely didn't participate. And I don't know. It's a mess. It's a mess, and I think we also need to have a pause for after the election, in case Mr. Biden decides to contest the results or whatever. It's not going to be over once it's over. If Trump does win, I just think that we just need to be very, very codified and standing by just in case. I don't like guns either. Despite being in the military, that was part of the reason why I don't like guns, but I knew better not to have any. And I'm not trying to go out and harass people at protests like that young man did or whatever, but, we all need to have systems and plans in place to protect our homes and our families, and that's all. I'm just, just concerned about Black people being able to practice Black self-respect and protect themselves, especially in their homes, because when you're out of your home, it's a little more risky to say, yeah, I was being accosted and I stood my ground or whatever, but if you're in your home and somebody comes in, at least you can put them down, and yeah, that's all I want to share. And one other thing, I love This American Life because I've been listening to them since 2006, and there's a lot of white supremacy that gets revealed in, subtle ways on that show, and they're very open with the people interviewing, because most of the time the people interviewing are themselves classified as white. So I think that was a great segment that you played, a lot of people being able to open up about how they felt about firearms and the current situation. I'll mute my line for now. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Irie in Louisiana. Don't have motivated voters in the C.O.W.S audience, apparently. Still in a system of white supremacy, racism. Absolutely. And always good to be in. I think that's so important. I think Thomas in New York and other folks pointed that out, that it's been a lot of racial focal pointing, making it seem as though Trump is a racist. We need to get rid of him. The non-racist white candidate is Joe Biden, and that is absolute folly. Like, for lots of reasons. The crime bill, Anita Hill. If you don't vote for Joe Biden, you're not Black. Lots of, we had more time to go down the list. Like, lots of reasons that is totally incorrect. But, yeah, be that as it may. Yeah, we do not have enthusiastic voters in the C.O.W.S audience. Let's see. Someone who I know did not vote because he is not a U.S. citizen, Silent Warrior, joining us live. Let's get our timestamp. Let's see. So I believe it is 6:32 a.m. Wednesday morning in Austria. We got it accurate. Let's see. Silent Warrior, are you with us, sir? 6:32 a.m.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good. I'm in Norway.
Norway, my fault.
Yeah. Austria would be cool. Probably. I hear it's politically neutral and all. So that clip that you played with the non-white female who had a Black husband previously married to a white husband, I'd like to comment on that. She said in the clip that her child was essentially white, that her child would be considered white except for the child's nose. So that sounded to me as if, and she also said she was mixed. So it sounds like, come on now. So it sounds as if I actually have a relative who calls herself mixed, and a couple of years ago came to Norway to visit me with a white woman from the UK that she was friends with, and she was telling me that her child was white, and I asked her, because this my cousin is from the, I have one grandparent that might be, that is definitely not African, and this cousin is from that part of the family, so they tend to think of themselves as different from us. Anyway, so this cousin is telling me when she's visiting me in Norway, that her child is white. So to cut any discussion short, I just turned to her white friend and I asked her white friend, is this child white? And the white person said, no, the child is not white. I thought that was very useful. I hoped it helped my cousin, because she had also made a child with a white male who she was no longer with, and had wanted to have the belief that her child was white now. So it's an unfortunate situation for that black male to be in a relationship with that woman right now. I suspect the child that she's talking about is not white either, and that she's quite confused. So that was an interesting reveal right there. Now, as it goes with this election, I remember 4 years ago when he shared, when Dr. Wilson shared that, look to Trump and see your new president. And on the calls, you've been seeing 4 more years. And I understand Wilson's theories well enough to see that that is most likely going to happen. I mean, even without Trump, just knowing that you had a non-white male, Obama, who had a white mother and a black father and is definitely not white. And to have that be the leader of the free world for 8 years, I felt that is what has triggered this move in the West towards far-right politics in England and in Europe. Here in Norway, I mean, for the first time in 8 years, the Conservative Party took power. About 6 years ago, it took power. So this is the other part of the Obama effect. White people realizing that we need to shift politically as a system to support the more conservative parts of their political spectrum. So I see non-white people blaming Trump, but very few blame white people or the system of white supremacy in general, reacting to the presence of Obama. So I try to point that out too, but people get it and they want to think it's Trump and his rhetoric. Now, when it comes to the election, I would much rather see Trump win, because I think Biden is a much more effective white supremacist. He's one with a proven track record. People talk about the 94 crime bill, but I've heard about a bill in 1979 that provided a way for the 94 crime bill that Biden was a part. So Biden was doing work in 79 that was harming black people. One of the callers earlier just mentioned the way he treated Anita Hill. I wasn't fully aware of that. And I was aware of his relations with Storm Thurgood, I think, the member of the Senate that used to be a member of the KKK and who was a prominent member of the Senate, who was a mentor of Biden. Like, this guy is much, much more, even if he's senile now, he is much, much more effective and has much more power, much more integrated network in the country for being able to promote white supremacy. I was never excited about Kamala. Well, probably for a minute, half a minute. But I never saw her as Jamaican. When she got elected to the Senate, and I'm from Jamaica, when she got elected to the Senate, I see that she's referred to herself as an Asian American. She wasn't claiming black then. She's rolling with her white husband and her white children. This is a black woman with no black children. How can she be Obama too? Even Obama seemed to have the good sense to like leave his white girlfriends and get married to a black woman before trying to go for any seat in the national office. Kamala is not serious as a politician. She's not serious. So Biden, I see from what I'm looking at, I can see that it seems that Florida might be taken by Trump. Oh, now it's gone back to too close to call. But I'd prefer for Trump to win. But in general, I, for myself and others, that I don't want to feel anyway. I think about 3 weeks or a month ago, I would have preferred for Biden to win. But when I heard about the Hunter Biden scandals and so on, it's like, then I added that up with Biden's past work against black people. It's either or for me. Either way, the system of white supremacy is going to win the presidential election. Because if you can't have it with Obama, I don't see how is Biden going to solve anything. And this blame black men movement. No, I think it's. I would rather it would be Trump, so that black people would be like, probably Ice Cube was right, and we should have left. We should be more independent. I sent a message to one of my friends in politics here, and was like, I can't believe. I'm hoping for Trump to win. Hopefully that can cause black people to be like, why are we even with the Democrats? Yeah. No. I think black people in America should consider themselves as a primary group, and that they make decisions from their own needs about whether they're going to support either political party or any political candidate. Start from there. So I'm really pleased with Ice Cube's limited effort. He's not trying to. He didn't seem to be trying to say like, I have the solution. He says, I have a principle. We got needs. These are what our needs are. I've written them down, and I'm willing to talk to anybody about them. And for that limited amount of leadership, the black people in America seem to get very negative towards him. That's quite telling, yo. That's quite telling. However, despite the treatment that he got, I could see that if I could see them starting to try to pivot towards black men in the last week or two. When Harris is saying like, let me speak to black men, we need to earn your vote. Although I think when she says that, she's not actually speaking to black men. I think she's speaking to her troops, telling her troops, stop bashing the black men so obviously, and realize that we need to earn their vote now. Yeah. Anyway, that's thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute, even though I'm not an American. I used to live in America for about 2 years when I was an infant, and 2 years right before 9/11. So and I follow the news there almost every day. So, because what happens in America affects the rest of the world, and even more so when everyone is on social. Most people who have internet are on social media, and these social media companies are coming from the United States. So we definitely get influenced by what's happening in America. So that's all I have to say for now. Thank you, Gus.
Much obliged, Silent Warrior. Again, timestamp 6:45 a.m. Wednesday morning in Norway, not Austria, Norway. Got confused. Let's see. Either or, very important. Either or. We're still in a system of racism, white supremacy, as well as Silent Warrior's point about the Obama effect in terms of whites around the world taking a different stance. They might call it conservative, right-wing, lots of different terms for it, but to become a bit more explicit about the racism, white supremacy, less refinement, seeing that around the world in white-dominated countries, Boris Johnson in the UK, Bolsonaro in Brazil, all around the world seeing that same trend. He talked about Norway, so something to be said for that, the Obama effect worldwide. And lots of these folks get compared to Donald Trump on a regular basis, Bolsonaro and Boris Johnson in the UK on a regular basis in terms of their politics and even the way that they've talked about and handled the COVID-19 situation. So much obliged. I think that's important. Keep things that happen in the U.S. have an impact worldwide. Social media for lots of reasons and I contemplated watching the BBC's feed. I was listening to their newscast earlier today, and they were talking about having a live feed tonight. So presumably it's on now, where they're going to be watching the election and see what's happening and all the rest of it. Global system, absolutely. Let's see, 720-716-7300, the code 564-943#. Press star 61 if you would like to participate. Let's see, were there other folks, comments that they wanted to share? Checking to make sure we didn't miss anyone.
Can I be heard?
Mo in Dallas, yes, sir.
Immigrants in teens and sagging pants. That was the end of that little ditty that was played at the end of the segment. I thought that was very interesting. I also thought it was interesting that the gentleman that was stockpiling ammunition bought a gun with no safety. Glocks usually don't come with safeties for his first weapon. That's a very dangerous weapon I own. And it's nice to know where the ammunition went. I can't find any, so I guess the gay Jews have it, according to him. And as far as the United, I think she was a Kenyan female with the husband. I would be very uncomfortable if I were him. You know, if I were a male during the quarantine and my wife was constantly cleaning a gun that I told her not to buy, and had what she believed was a white daughter that she worried about. He may be in some immediate danger. Well, that's all I had. I mute my line.
That's a toxic black male who is, not able to claim another victim. She's not going to allow the toxic black male to push her around, decide what purchases she can make. It's 2020. Rob in California. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So a couple observations. First observation, the woman in Appleton, Wisconsin, and she talked about the town being so white. Originally, I'm from Wisconsin, and what I know about Appleton, Minnesota is that while connected to a clip that I remember you played. So remember the clip where I want to say it was like the police officer was talking about like all the black males that come up to this town, and then when they leave that the white females are pregnant. Do you remember that clip, Beth?
Say the last portion again. You said. So
you have an all-white town, and then black males come to that town to sell drugs, and then when they leave, so what I know about Appleton, Wisconsin is that, you know, if you black, you know what I'm saying, you got a specific purpose for going up there. So when she say, like, the town is all white, that is, that's very accurate. Second observation, I want to say he was a white male, I was very shocked when he said his husband been going crazy, you know, with the gun thing, you know, ammunition, blah, 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 blah. And so what stood out to me is that he said, yeah, we got a pair of Gucci flats and, you know, the ammunition is in the shoebox, right? I said, From what I know, black people, quote unquote, use shoeboxes to keep, quote unquote, finances. And white people use shoeboxes to keep ammunition. What a stark contrast. And thank you for listening.
1,600 rounds of ammunition. Context of white supremacy. That's why I just make that contrast. We had a caller who I did not discourage at all. She said she just went to the gun range and purchased firearms. Grand. We went to the gun range at the C.O.W.S. yoga retreats multiple times, right? Great. I just said, you know, the white people that you know, you said you got 2 new guns. That's great. Awesome. You know, hope you get proficient with both of them. But the whites that you know, do they have more than 2 guns? I said, tell me about it. Like way more. Go. What did I just say? Go and buy the whole row up. I said, that's, you know, and I think I might have said Philando Castile, Alton Sterling. I think I might have said their names. But other than that, yes. Gay individual who might be white, where they have 1,600 rounds in the Gucci shoebox. And probably a drone. Other folks, comments that they would like to share. A caller in Norway said it looked like maybe Trump might have got Florida, but then they took it back, said too close to call. So, nope. No results as of yet. I haven't seen any either. They just said, you know, too close, still tabulating. If folks are watching, I was going to watch Fox.
I have an observation. Sorry to interrupt. So Joe Biden came on for a speech, and I don't want to say it's a victory speech, but as they are showing the electoral votes, Biden has 215 and Trump has 171.
Oh, okay. That's not a victory speech. That's, I don't know, in the lead, I guess, speech, but all righty. Much obliged. I was going to say I was watching Fox, but yeah, I then thought, oh, the BBC is on, so I guess folks can pick, you know, which news outlet they want to follow as they watch the results and speeches and all that jazz come in. If somebody sees something interesting, maybe let me know and I can switch to that channel and then we can listen to it. So let me know if you catch something. If you
I'm on I'm sorry. I'm on CNN.
Right on. Yeah, you can let us know which channel you're on if you're watching something, if something stands out that, you know, think we might want to check out and, you know, see what's happening. Anywho, let's make sure I didn't miss star 6. Any other folks with comments they want to make sure they get in?
Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not watching. I'm just on Yahoo, and it says that Trump won Florida, but Joe Biden's leading with electoral votes. But it seems like Trump has got Ohio, West Virginia, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, Kansas, Oklahoma, South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, Utah. And it looks like it's about to get Pennsylvania as well. But so far, it looks like Biden's leading in electoral votes. And I found it very interesting, that clip that you played, where it sounded like it was 2 black females. One, which they saw, she said that she saw fighting over food in the supermarkets, and that made her want to get a gun. And the other black female, she had some kind of break-in, some kind of burglary, and that made her want to get a gun also. And then it seemed like the white people were just saying that there was something in the air, just something in the air. The gay guy said it was just weird and creepy, and that's all he was saying, but they were not very, specific what the issue was. And that's my commentary for now.
That is important. Because now again, they didn't have video. I wish, they had pictures or what have you, but it's audio. We're audio. Yeah. But, and so it's hard, you can make a lot of errors. I just talked about that. We make a lot of errors. I make a lot of errors trying to guess. All of that's it. The first person in that report who was talking, he said he was an older person, like 50s, I believe he said. And he also didn't have nothing specific happen to him, like he was in a dangerous situation or anything. In fact, he said he was watching TV. He said he was watching the debate, and they weren't very civil. And so he said, I'm gonna get a gun because folks aren't being civil. It wasn't that something happened to him. Same thing with the white. She couldn't even articulate it. That also was suspicious. That just something in the air. I'm in white. Utah white area, nothing specific, but I'm going to go get more guns and ammunition. 1,600 rounds, in fact, of ammunition, as opposed to people are right in front of me about to kill each other over a corn dog. Important point. Much obliged. Let's see. And that's common too, that it'll be white people who will present the same. They felt afraid, fearful, they had anxiety of some sort, but it's nothing tangible, nothing direct. We had a guest on, I have it on my SoundCloud, 3 years back. It's been more than yet. About 5 years ago, he was a guest on the program. I think it's the very first program you'll see if you go to our SoundCloud page, but he did a study of white college. This was young too. That was why it was important, because it wasn't old white people. These weren't geezers, right? This wasn't Donald Sterling and Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Dr. Todd Couch, black male. He was with us back in 2014. These were college age. These were white males in their 20s. Some of them might have even been in their late teens, but these were undergrad college age students that he studied. And they said the same thing. We got to go get a gun. This was when Obama was still in office, part of the Obama effect, I guess. Got to get a gun. Dangerous out here. They're college kids. They're not out selling drugs. They're not overseas in some war or what have you. They're taking credits, right? Dangerous. And I asked them, I said, did something happen? Did they have a break-in, as you said? Were they out of the store and people were going crazy? Nothing. Not one thing. They weren't threatened. They didn't have a stalker like Crazy X. Nothing. Just something in the air that, ooh, someone's going to try to get me. I need to go and get a Glock with no safety. Let's go practice. And they formed clubs. In fact, that was what his research. It wasn't just one. It was like bunches of them, enough that they were going out and getting gun clubs and doing this in defiance of the college campus. Like, I forgot which school it was, but they were like, hey, we are not really trying to have a student gun group on our campus. And these young white kids were like, whatever. White defiance, whatever. We're getting our gun club together. It's hard out here. Dangerous for us white guys. Other folks, any other observations, thoughts they want to get in, audio clip that we heard, and or what you're seeing from the election results and such?
Google has Biden leading 223 to 174. So that's all I have.
Okay, that's pretty close to the tally that we got from Rob in California. I guess it went up 7 points or so for Biden, but yeah, that's pretty close.
Can I add something there?
Rob in California.
So just keeping in line with the commentary about firearms. So San Diego compared to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, when it comes to gun violence, is quote unquote a safe place. So I'm gonna be totally honest at this point and expose some of my background. And so I come from an environment where black males carry firearms for other black males. And it's a saying that goes on in that environment where you say, man, I keep it on my lap. You know what I'm saying, man? So I can stay ready. And I keep one up so I don't even got to cock it. So I come from an environment where a firearm is a part of your wardrobe, right? And so after Trayvon Martin was murdered by George Zimmerman, that shook me to my core. 2011, I want to say, and like just the whole way the situation played out, it didn't make sense, right? And so I'm looking at this firearm that I'm carrying, and I realized who it was for. And I'm like, man, I ain't about to do nothing with this firearm but shoot somebody else that look like me. And from that day, the firearm stopped being a part of my wardrobe. And so, like, it's like very disturbing. And this is what really like brought me back to reality, so to speak. Like I said, wow, you got all of this music, movie, where black people just like this thick gangster, you know what I'm saying? I think even, Nelly Fuller got a clip where, you talk about, the biggest guy with the biggest muscles running a cell block, you understand what I'm saying, and all of this and all of that. And I said to myself, wow, you have black people being harmed by white people. You got all of these gangsters, quote unquote, all of these guns out here, but no white people are being harmed, being shot. And yeah, thank you for listening.
Okay, I got disconnected. Sorry about that. Rob in Wisconsin, the audio, or the archive, I should say, Should be fine. That California, the disruptions got. I told you it's hard to keep your concentration. I've had lots of disruptions. Like, man, I've got knocked off the line repeatedly. Like, it's been all kinds of chaos just trying to broadcast for the evening. Like, wow, lots more than typical. Usual suspects, I reckon. Anywho, I was disrupted. I couldn't even hear all of Rob's report, but I do appreciate the honesty I was hearing up until I got dislodged about it having to be a daily part of his wardrobe, having a firearm, and him kind of making that realization, like, man, I'm probably going to be using this on another non-white person. And racist white supremacists, they skillfully engineer really the entire known universe to create that dynamic where we will focus our frustrations and violence on other black people. It's necessary for the maintenance of white supremacy. I think that's why Dr. Welsing, she used to always talk about black self-respect. I think that's why Mr. Fuller has in the 10 stops, stop squabbling with other victims of racism, no name calling. I think that's why those are in the 10 stops. Very, very, and stop killing. Got that flagrantly. That's in the top 10 stops too. Stop killing other black people. All super important things. Things that would be important to do regardless of who is victorious. Much obliged for sharing. Rob in California, San Diego. Let's see. Other folks, make sure that I do not miss out. I'm trying to recall, like, when I had, where I was on plantations where I had to be up earlier, I'm trying to remember, like, staying up. Like, I think many people do that. They stay up because sometimes the results, like, they don't come back. If you're on the East Coast, like, you might have to wait till like 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes before they, figure it out. And all right, it's official. We got a winner. Like, I don't know. Like, I might have to wake up and catch that in the morning. Like, for me, it's just now 10 p.m. Pacific time. So, hey, no big deal. They take another 3 hours if you need to figure it out. But like, I'm not sure I would. You'll have to let me know. I'll wake up. It'll be a surprise. That way I can wake up in the morning and get my glass of water to start my day and my smoothie, and bang, I'll go and check, and hopefully they'll have more, solid, corroborated results. Let's see. Make sure we didn't miss any of the folks. Not so good. Got everybody. So, like I said, other folks, if you catch material that is important, you'd like to share, if you're watching live, feel free to share. We won't be here tomorrow, but we will be here this coming Thursday. Isabel Wilkerson cased. We are closing on the finish line. She does talk about the Obama effect. That is kind of towards the conclusion of her book. I think she ties it to the election of Trump, but that's will be conveniently located in the text for Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We should be here. So that's Thursday. Friday, of course, neutralizing workplace racism. Man, do not discuss the election on the job. Like, if it's a Zoom conference, man, either way, it's crazy. Well, hope everybody's doing well, and let's get to work. Like, it would be something very short, and let's get back to the task. Like, I'm not talking about any of that. I'm not sharing who I voted for, if I voted, what I think about any of this. Nada. If any of this comes up, like I said, Zoom, or if you're in a physical location, even with other non-white people, no chatting about politics, particularly this week. But we will be. Another observation, Gus. 1 second. We will be here for neutralizing workplace racism on Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, as normal time for the compensatory call-in, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific this Saturday. And then we should have a white man on the program at the beginning of next week. He Actually, it's from Cased. I've been reading the references, scant though they may be. I have read the reference section, and she had one of the authors. He did a report on election violence against white terrorism against black voters, black male voters in particular. And I think he was talking about Florida. It might have been other areas, but if my memory is correct, it was Florida specifically. But anyway, we'll talk about some of his research on the years of terrorism targeting black people, and then to just get his thoughts on the contrast that now it's black males being blamed for, the results not coming out correctly, and not going to forgive you either. But he should be with us next week. White guests only. White guests only. Rob in California.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I am the only black male at a Korean all-you-can-eat restaurant. So it is a vast majority of quote-unquote Asian. And so today, I guess I kind of broke code. And I was talking about politics, and I was talking about politics with a non-white Asian female. We have sort of a rapport, and she told me that her whole family was voting for Donald Trump. And as I navigated through my workday, I was under the impression that a lot of the quote unquote non-white Asian people were voting for Donald Trump. Also, another observation, on 2 different occasions, there have been numerous amount of Trump supporters like hanging out on the corner with signs and yelling and getting people to honk the horns and all of that kind of stuff right there. Thank you.
Much obliged. I think we've had a few folks who've dialed in over the maybe last month or so that's just, anecdotal information, right? That doesn't count for anything. Who knows what's going to happen? But they have said it does seem like the folks who have been out, like backing a candidate, have been MAGA people. They have not been, let's get it Biden, Kamala Harris is, that's my candidate and we're going to do it. Like, no, the folks who they have seen out enthusiastic about this here voting thing have been MAGA all the way. Whatever that's worth, we'll see. Workplace racism Fridays. That's why I always add, even with other victims of racism, just, we're not trying to. Lots of victims of racism. Lots of us are confused. And I mean, if they share that they're voting for Trump or what have you, just get straight out of the. Go back to other work-related time. Not that I'm upset about it. Not that just, all right, okay. We got other work. Make sure inventory's done for today. Okay. Make sure we get everything good to go. Are we boarding anything up? We need to do that. Okay, right on. But yeah, just that. It might happen with some folks. They might come in gloating. Some people might come in and have, their MAGA paraphernalia and 4 more years and all that, or their, Kamala Harris autobiography. Back to work-related issues, like nothing to say about that, especially if they're trying to goad you, even if it's another black person. They're trying to goad you. What did you think about the election? Did you vote? Did you think? I don't discuss politics in the workplace. Moving along. Even if you can even give them the other one, it's just been crazy. I'm just trying to make sense of it all. Or that means you haven't come to a conclusion yet. Because you can just repeat that. Well, I'm still trying to make sense of it all. And that'll be true because I'm still learning. So that's another one you can use. Yeah, it's been wild. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. Did you have anything else, Rob?
I was just going to share my response. I'm kind of chuckling about it over here, so I had to mute myself. But so when they were saying that, I was just like, people was asking me, did I vote? And I'm like, yeah, who you vote for? I said, I voted for Trump. And it was kind of, they kind of looked at me like, what? And I said, hey, man, look, I think a lot of non-white people don't vote for Trump. Right now, I'm playing devil's advocate at this point, quote unquote. I said, hey, man, you know, I said a lot of people are seeing financial gains at this point, whether it's from the stimulus checks or the unemployment, you know, hey. And they like, man, and so the agreement that I got was so like, you know, but I already, here's another observation. Only black male in this Korean restaurant, all you can eat / bar. The only music that they play in the establishment is hip hop. Right? And I'm talking about raunchy stuff. And this is out amongst the customers. This is, you know, like right when you walk in the door. Right? And so one observation that I have is like, oh, okay, you guys play nothing but hip hop music. I'm the only black male here. Clearly one of the most professional and one of the most harder workers here. But I don't have, quote unquote, any room for advancement. You know. And so it's just like, you know. Let me mute myself and then come back, guys. Thank you.
Context of white supremacy. We have heard other folks who said that they've, you know, tried that as well. Like, it doesn't matter who you voted for, really, but like if you find out you're in that sort of environment and they're like, oh yeah, we voted for Trump. Who did you vote for? When they're asking you as a black person and thinking, you're like, what? Of course I didn't. And you just go the total opposite way. Oh yeah, I voted for Trump 4 more years. Like, what? Are you serious? Like, oh yeah, we have had some folks who said that they do that. Generally, I'm a little on the lazy side, so for me, I feel like it's much easier and less to say to either go, I don't know, or I don't discuss politics in the workplace. But both of those are way shorter than, oh yeah, I voted for Trump, and then I got to explain why, and I'm like, oh my God, and now this might become an ongoing conversation type thing as opposed to, what does this have to do? Am I going to get a raise? We were talking about me not getting advancement, not, you know, Trump's policies and the wall going up. Like, gee whiz, come on. Yes, neutralizing workplace racism. The politics in the workplace will probably be very tricky for the remainder of the year with the Rona and the election and everything. The horror days. The horror days might be a little easier than normal just because maybe it'll be fewer people actually physically in an office, and it might not be possible to all go out for like, what do they call that tacky thing? Is it White Elephant? I think that's it, where they do the tacky gift type. It might not be possible to do lots of that stuff this year, so hopefully the people who have to normally tolerate that type of thing may get a 1-year reprieve. Whoopee. But the rest of it will still be I suspect that because it's probably going to come up even over Zoom with politics and all that and who you voted for. Just short, effective. That's what I generally think. And then dealing with the Rona, if it's distancing or masks, hand sanitizer, all the rest of that in the workplace. So neutralizing workplace racism, hopefully better info than Dr. Patricia Sias. Man, she was with us yesterday. We did talk about the election a little bit, but wow. White, probably someone like her. I don't know who won the state of Arizona. They said that's a battleground state, but wow. Based on what I heard from her yesterday, I think Trump probably took that one too. We'll have to see. I could be wrong. I haven't checked, but wow. You should check out the broadcast either way, just for racial classifications. Check that out. I'll pause just so I don't have to get interrupted when I'm talking. That way, I'll check in to see if people have comments that they want to share, and that'll give folks an opportunity to speak up. That way, you don't have to talk over me when I'm speaking. I'm a victim too, and sometimes I lose my train of thought. But yes, I'm very sure if I had to wager for Arizona specifically, yes. Don't think 50 Cent's influence is that big out in the desert. I could be wrong. Let's see. Rob?
Quick observation, the electoral votes have changed. Biden 219, Trump 209.
Oh, okay. It's neck and neck, as they say, or pretty close. Who knows how long they'll go with the count portion. The number again, 720-716-7300. The code 564943 pound. Press star 61 if you would like to participate. They've done all this about the toxic impact of black males and them perhaps supporting Trump. Herman Cain, didn't he pass away this year? Perhaps from the Rona, and they didn't even have a whole lot to say about it. It wasn't like, oh man, this is one of the black males who was a beacon and a part of the toxic masculinity, right? He was accused of being a rapist and all the rest of it and sexual misconduct and he's in the Republican Party. Like, they barely even mentioned his name. Like, they would think, like, at least other black males would stop and say, hey, our black brother Herman Cain, let's, make a monument or have a dinner or something. He barely got a word this year when he passed away. In fact, I remember they were saying it was Trump's rallies, him going around and having all those rallies. Oh, it's no Rona, it's not a big deal. The Chinese virus is not that big a problem, and we're going out here and rally together. People were saying, man, was this a part of him getting the virus? Who knows? Oh, well, he's gone. Moving forward. No love for Herman Cain. Let's see. Make sure didn't miss any of the folks who are with us. I'll see if I can check in on a news report maybe by 11-ish our time to see if some of the folks are starting to get more solidified. Our caller in Georgia, did you have commentary, ma'am? Ooh, you're breaking up. Is that just me? She's breaking up really bad. Is that just me?
She is breaking up.
Okay.
I still can't hear her if she's talking.
Yeah, you're breaking up really. Yep, still breaking up. If you want to... Oh, okay. We'll look out for you. Just star 61 on the switchboard. Grant, if you can, maybe you can do the hang up, call back in, and we'll just nab you immediately. Said it's been lots of interference. I got dropped twice where I was listening the second time when Rob was giving his report about the changes he made and the system of white supremacy conditioning him of have a firearm, and I got dropped off. That was the second time. Like, it's been lots of interference for the broadcast today. We'll see if we can get her back promptly. While any other folks thought they wanted to get in while we're... Oh, is she back yet? Let's see. Oh, this is somebody else. We'll check in. Different person on the vote line. Did you have commentary to share?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, me.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'll call back online.
Crystal.
I wanted to say that before I meant to talk about the stores, we were talking about kind of like, I don't want to say I will say badgering of the voting. Like Sally Beauty Supply, I don't know if you're familiar with that store, but I am. It's pretty empty during the day and during the week usually, but they decided to close early so their associates could go vote. I laughed about that for days. I'm like, are you serious? Like, you're using two people that work at the store. You give somebody a long lunch. Like, what's the problem? Right. So I just thought they are really, I've never seen this push before. There was another makeup site. They were like, did you vote? You click on this button, they send you to how to vote and go to the polls. I'm like, okay, whatever. But in South Carolina, I kind of watched that because that's where my father lives. There was a big push for the African American or the black male. But he lost. Big surprise. He lost to the Republican senator who has proven to be a liar. You see the tapes and all of that, but, you know, South Carolina loves who they love, and I believe Donald Trump is going to win that. The same thing here in Georgia. There's a black man. He may not win, but in Georgia, you have to get at least 50% to be declared the winner. He will probably go to the next level runoff in the Senate race, but, you know, he seemed nice enough, and I know someone who interacted with him, so, you know, nice man, reverend and everything, but, you know, don't have high hopes for the runoff. I believe he'll definitely make it to the runoff, but I don't know after that. And sometimes those senator races are important if they have, you know, them in your state at the time. So you should look at those. Those kind of help guys towards the presidency. Like I knew Donald Trump would probably win Georgia, but they were like, it's a toss-up. I'm like, I don't know what kind of toss-up they were seeing, because his victory was very big in 2016. That would be a big shift. And I don't know who they think I guess they think they're fooling somebody, but I wasn't buying it. So those are the two things I wanted to point out. Thank you.
A lot of people said Georgia as purple. Isn't that what they call it when they say, oh, wow, this is an area that used to be red, but it looks like the Democrats have made big grounds. This is a purple state. That's, I think, the term, the political lingo, as they call it. But
no, it's red with white people because white people.
Right on. Red with white people. That was where they said Miss Abrams was going to be victorious. She's a victim of racism. I don't have a problem with her at all, but I do remember them saying that, oh yes, she's going to be the first black female governor of the state of Georgia. Like, really? I'll put it this way. I'd be more confident about Joe Biden being victorious than she was about becoming governor. I didn't even bet on that one. That was the time that one said I would wager that Andrew Gillum would lose. I thought Governor Rick DeSantis would win, which he did. Probably going to be why Trump wins Florida. But I said that's not even worthy of a wager. Like, of course she's not. Come on now. Come on. Logic. I am very familiar with Sally, the beauty product store, ma'am. I do have a black mother and have been around black females. They have Sally Beauty in Seattle, and they do not have like a massive labor force. Like, I don't think I've ever been to a Sally Beauty product store where they've had like 50 people working there. Yes, just take an extra hour really we got the Rona now. How many people are out at the store? Like, they got restrictions and limits on this. Like, come on. The goofiness abounds. I have to check. Thank you for telling me that. I have to check to see if they did that out here at Sally. It's a Sally, not.
Well, it's on the website, so I'm sure it's national.
Oh my Lord. I thought you saw this as a sign. Okay, so wow, they are committed. We want to make sure you all get out and exercise your democratic vote. That is, the folly of it all. The folly of it all. Lindsey Graham won. They called that one already. I believe I didn't really pay attention to that race because I didn't think that was any drama there either. I believe he was running against Jamie Harrison. That's the black male that I think she was talking about, I saw that too. They did the same thing. That was just like Miss Abrams, like, oh yeah, and he's a victim of racism. Same thing. No problem with him. He didn't do anything wrong, but just, isn't this the land of Pitchfork, Ben Tillman, Dylan Roof? I mean, has that much changed? It's not like, really? You think they just said the black male is the reason that the whole world is going down the toilet. Like, really? We're going to vote him in? And this is the Senate race, I believe? No. And yes, they already have a black senator in South Carolina. Isn't that Tom Scott? You think we're going to have two? You only have 2 senators per state. We're going to have 2 Negro males represent South Carolina? Come on. Yeah, so sorry if anybody was thinking Mr. Harrison was going to win. It looks like this wasn't even close. That's what I said. I mean, really. Be logical, folks. Be logical. That's the whole reason I adore, or many reasons, but wow, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. She used to talk about that, being able to predict. That's what our caller in Georgia just said. Like, I already knew, what was going to happen. You're not going to come out here and fool me with a lot of nonsense and tell me that I live around a lot of white voters in Georgia who are going out of here to support Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. That's just, come on. I am logical. I know when I'm looking at you, you're not just going to lie to me in my face. They do that all the time in a system of total deception. That's why when Dr. Welsing, when you understand things, you can make predictions. I don't need to sit here and listen to you tell me this is going to happen or that's going to happen. I already know what's going to happen. I have a brain computer. I know how to process logic. Mr. Fuller says that all the time. It's not even about following a person per se. Just follow logic so that I don't have to be bumped around here and confused and jerked around and disappointment. I hate being disappointed. Have me. I don't know what it felt like for those people, but there is no way you're going to have me, and especially if I'm confused and thinking that whoever is running against Trump is the not racist candidate, and you get me all excited thinking, oh yeah, we had white people who rolled around in the street and said they love Breonna Taylor and George Floyd and not in my name and we need change and defund the police and all these hashtags and everything, and you get me thinking that, yeah, Trump is out of here, we're going to have no more racist presidents in the White House, right on. And then that doesn't happen, like, oh, you are not going to have me disappointed, and to the best that I can help it, you're not going to have me surprised about things that happen in a system of white supremacy. Going to try to use logic as best I can. The system does not want us doing that. Lindsey Graham's going to lose to Mr. Hare. Come on. Other folks with comments to share?
I, for one, am honestly more excited for the book written by Jeffrey Toobin than I am for the results of this election. So just wanted to add that.
Jeffrey Toobin, the run of his life, the people versus O.J. Simpson. I've never read an O.J. Simpson, but I never even had an interest. Like, I would have been repulsed, like, at any point in my life, even when I was super extra confused about white supremacy, racism, and I may still be. Never. If somebody said, oh, I got this book, blah, 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 like any angle of it, that he was wrong, he was a black guy, or maybe. She gave me that one. But other than that, I wouldn't have been interested at all. Like, anything other than let's go read Jane Elliott's, or anything other than we got to read about Orenthal James. But I am also excited. The run of his life, the people. And this is a bestseller. This is not just some moldy old book that collected dust that nobody read. This is I didn't watch it, but it's the same title, right? The People versus O.J. Simpson. That's what the Fox series was called. This is what that was based on. This is a bestseller. So, oh yeah, I am super excited. Let's get to it. Jim May, hopefully he'll get fired and charged while we're doing it. But yeah, the run of his life, The People versus O.J. Simpson. Do not pay for the book.
I believe you said feederish.
Woo! Absolutely. I cannot contain myself. O.J. Simpson. Love it. I have to, I don't know if I want to watch the series, but, yeah, I don't know if I want to watch the series, but we will read the book. Man, maybe next. Reading is more important than watching television. But Dr. Welsing, being able to predict, I think that's so powerful. Just being confident. Everybody makes errors, and, system of white supremacy, they lie, so it's difficult to, ascertain what's happening. But just her having the genius, the brilliance, particularly for her, having people so consistently saying, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. We're going to fire you from Howard because you don't know what you're talking about. You're just out here babbling, talking about white people and hating white people and all the rest. I'm a genius. Like, what are you talking about? Like, to have to deal with that for her entire life, where she said even, people that she's around, she's trying to help black people, dedicated her whole life to healing. She was a doctor, medical doctor, to healing black people, and to have people rebuke your theories and not even have respect for the work that you do, and to be confident your next president is Donald Trump. And even then, you heard it in the audio, to have people laughing at my institute, like, ha, 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 she's talking crazy. Ha, 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 ha. And I'm seeing so far in the future, I know you have to squint, I know it's hard, but following logic, you can use your brain computer, and just studying white people. Dr. Welsing did that a bunch. Reading the newspaper. She would have been right there. The Jeffrey Tubin, People vs. O.J. Simpson. She may have already read it, but she would have been right there. Reading, study white people. We can understand this. You can use your brain computer to make sense of what is happening. Same way she thought, implored us. We can use our brain computer to solve this problem permanently, so we don't have to keep sitting here going through this each election cycle with the same nonsense rhetoric about somebody is going to do something to help out black people, and we'll get our votes together and all the rest of that. We can get away from that, be way beyond that. It's 2020, almost 2021. Other folks with comments to share?
May I speak?
Silent Warrior in Norway, let's see, 7:36 a.m. Wednesday morning.
Yes, sir. So I'm looking at CNN, and they've got it 220 to 210. 220 for Biden, 210 for Trump. Trump has definitely taken Florida, Texas, and Pennsylvania with its over 20 votes is still being counted. But I was earlier listening to Biden coming out and giving a little speech saying that he's feeling confident and waiting for everything to be counted on CNN. And as he's saying this, the Chiron underneath CNN shows that Trump is like 10 percentage points of the votes are for Trump in Pennsylvania. So it's possible that Trump will take Pennsylvania. About Jamie Harrison, the votes for that were over 250,000 votes for Lindsey Graham over Jamie. So Jamie had 750, and Lindsey had over 1 million. And so all of that funding didn't really make it. I hope Jamie continues in politics, though. He shouldn't give up. He should continue, make a name for himself in one way or another, and then get back in there. But I think this will probably be, we'll have CNN probably declaring something. If it doesn't declare it within an hour, then it will probably take a day or two for these votes in Pennsylvania to be counted. On the Senate race, it seems that both the Democrats and Republicans have flipped one each. And right now, CNN has them tied at 46 for Democrats and 46 for Republicans for the 6 seats. So, that's all I have. I think the most valuable thing for a counter racist in this time is to be relaxed and to have really not have too much emotion connected to the result as much as possible. And I really appreciate the suggestion from Gus to not engage in any discussion at the workplace or at the university. Election? Don't have anything to think about it. Don't have anything to say about it. But for me, the usefulness of studying this is just to see how the system works. And I think one thing I've learned in the past 2 weeks is that I used to automatically think that Democrats were good and Republicans were bad, and now I realize that Kanye was probably right. Like, black people should automatically be Democrat. And Ice Cube was even more right. Have your list of requirements for what you want for your vote. Yeah. That's this whole discussion that I was hearing about I hear these Democratic talking heads say the most important thing is to get Trump out by any means necessary. Really? Should be. I would think a better formulation would be the most important thing is to win, to get the most votes and to win the election. But when you say that you want to get him out, that means you're willing to do anything, including things that have nothing to do with an election. So that's not been healthy. I feel like black people probably have been caught up with this Democratic Party or this liberal viewpoint. Yeah. And it hasn't been helpful. So, yes, that was a good learning experience. But I'm most appreciative for Dr. Wilson's work here. And I feel her with us now. So that would be, I think, not having any emotion connected to the results and to understand that either result would have meant white supremacy would have won is crucial. I mute my line. Thank you. Thank you.
Much obliged, Silent Warrior. Minimizing the emotion, I think, is important too, because I think so much rhetoric and the cliches and chanting and yelling and just all of it, like calming the emotion down. That's why you have that rhetoric where they have Congresswoman Waters. I will never, ever, ever forgive the black male who votes for Trump. All that like rhetoric and emotion, try to calm that logic, being logical about what happens, and most above all of that, which is still the foundation of it, is still logic, but most importantly, regardless of who wins, system of white supremacy is still the problem. When we get up in the morning, that's still what we're working to replace with a system of justice. That is most important. And we're going to need to follow logic to do that too. So we just keep coming back to the same thing. Producing justice and following logic. And definitely the election stuff, like minimal emotion, using logic to process what happened with that, and picking out whatever strategies and what have you, much of which we should have had in place before the election even got there. So, yeah, but just with Dr. Wells saying, super appreciate her having the black self-respect and brilliance. Use your understanding of white supremacy, racism, come to a conclusion, make your assessment about what's going to happen, and there you go. Just following logic and being able to make predictions. Like I said, that way you can figure out. Sometimes you will make errors, and again, race soldiers, they are deceitful, so it's lots of things, but being able to make predictions about what we think is going to happen in the system of white supremacy, very important. So frequently they have us in a state where we're just totally confused, blindsided, Sandra Bullocked about what's going to happen. We have no grasp, no hint about what's going to take place, just totally confused. Takes us 5 years to put the pieces together. That's the way they like for things to be for us. Working, trying to use logic, understanding of counter racism, really starting to get a better understanding of racism, white supremacy. Woo, that helps a ton in terms of starting to grasp and see what's going to be taking place. Could be wrong. Other folks with comments to share, number again 720-716-7300, the code 564943 pound. Press *61 if you would like to participate.
Hey, Gus, are you familiar with a book called Hillbilly Elegy?
Hillbilly Allergy? Is that the title?
Hillbilly Elegy. E-L-E-G-Y.
Elegy. Hillbilly Elegy. I don't think so. Do you know any details about it, Hillbilly Elegy?
It says here, let me see. It's a book about a white man is concerned about the low fertility. It says, Hillbilly Elegy author faces backlash over remarks connecting nationalism to fertility rate. So the book is about, I just read it to you now. Vance's 2017 memoir about growing up in what he describes as extended Appalachia was widely hailed as a sort of Rosetta Stone for understanding the plight of the white working class who supported President Donald Trump in 2016. I'm trying to find the actual, give you the description of it. It says, the author of the best-selling book is worried about America's low fertility. Critics view the label as a nod to both white nationalism and the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. The racist fear that falling birth rates among white women would lead to whites being replaced by non-whites. Does it sound familiar or no?
Got disconnected again. Like I said, I've never had so much difficulty with a program in it's been some months, like to have this like every 5 minutes just being disconnected and having to reconnect and all of that. I'm in the same location. Bragged about having, oh wow, the Wi-Fi is super fast and all the rest, and to just consistently have all this is wow. Anyway, usual suspects. That's what maybe they'll say it's because of the election traffic is disrupting things. Maybe that's what it is. I looked just before the signal was disrupted once again. J.D. Vance in this publication that's supposed to be, it looks like the hardcover came out before the election, so that's interesting if this book is supposed to help us understand what happened with the 2016 election, because it seems it was published before the election, but I've not read it. Looks like it's a white fella that put this together, I believe, so I'll have to check it out. I guess depends on how things go here, it might still be relevant. That might be part of the narrative, or they might, push all the blame to Wheezy and the rest. We'll have to see. But
it seems like he's talking about Dr. Francis Cress Welsing's theory of genetic annihilation. He's talking about low fertility rate of white women and not having enough babies and being replaced by people who are not white.
That was the portion I missed when I got disconnected. I don't know how all that connects. White people not having enough children. Does all that connect to the election somehow, or no?
Yes, I guess because, Trump is about putting up that wall, limiting immigration, limiting people who are not white.
Okay. I'm checking it out. Maybe we should read this too, or see if we can get him on the program, or both. Hillbilly. Oh, this is another New York Times bestseller, so lots of folks read this one. We'll have to put this up. I'm really feeling Jeffrey Toobin at the moment, but maybe we can have him, J.D. Vance, on the. But like I said, he might be, asked to come out and do it again. Depends on how the election goes to help explain what happened. So we'll have to see. Maybe he'll be down to come and chat it up with us. But I would be curious if the fertility component of it in terms of if he's saying that specifically white women not having enough babies and that is a problem. The birth dearth, Jane Elliott talked about that, and it's been quite a few white people who've talked about that and even said that that's been a part of why this attack against Roe v. Wade, to get rid of these abortions. Like, we need more of these white babies. You're messing things up. Let's see. Oh, it looks like he might be a Trump supporter, Mr. Vance. Let's see. What does the Washington Post review say about Mr. Vance? Middletown, Ohio. He doesn't wear a tie. Memoir. 7 months ago, Vance's Hillbilly Elegy, a memoir of a family and culture in crisis, exploded into the national political conversation. Although Donald Trump gets not a solitary mention in the book, like I said, it was published before the election, the novice author's timing proved exquisite. The memoir describes the plight of poor, angry white Americans in Appalachia and the Rust Belt, a tinderbox of resentment that ignited national politics. Probably beat out by The Hate U Give. Let's see. 500,000 copies. The Trump Whisperer, they call him. Also J.D. the Rust Belt Anger Translator. A weird place to be, he concedes. It's an indictment of our media culture that a group that includes tens of millions of people is effectively represented by one guy. He says, I feel sort of uncomfortable being that guy. But for now, he is. In the book, Vance sheds light on the world he grew up in, exploring how social policies and other factors affect some of the poorest communities in the U.S. A principal at Silicon Valley investment firm, Vance, 32, was mostly raised in Middletown, Ohio by his grandparents, Mama and Pawpaw, while his mom struggled with drug addiction. He nearly failed out of high school, but regrouped and made his way to the Marine Corps, college, and then Yale Law School. Edward Snowden, high school dropout, community college dropout. Just saying. A violent non-drunk. That's how he talks about his mother. A profanity-spewing hill woman. Good Lord. I'm just trying to see if this review includes anything about the fertility rates, because that's really striking, but it doesn't look like they mention anything about that. It just focuses on poor white people and Trump and how he got out of this to his great heights to making all this money. Yeah, it doesn't touch on that at all. Like, that's the portion I'd be very curious about. If he's talking about fertility rates, white women not having enough baby, or white people, white women specifically, not having enough white children, and somehow their population being offset, like, I'd be very interested in either chatting it up with him or seeing if we could at minimum read the book. Wow. Hillbilly Elegy. I'll see if I can. And look, if it was a bestseller, it's probably easy to get. So if your library is open, they have curbside pickup at our library, so you could probably get it for free or get it online. Hillbilly Elegy, Hillbilly Elegy, J.D. Vance. Check that one out too. Fascinating. Other folks with comments that they want to share. Mr. Vance is ticking down the election on his Twitter timeline as he counts votes for President Trump. So I think he's also in the MAGA camp, but that's no surprise. Any other folks with comments, thoughts to share?
It's kind of off subject, but the OJ series, I think I think the first couple episodes is worth a watch, just for the racism in it alone. It's able to hold a victim's attention, in my opinion. I think from the way it develops and the way that the characters functioned around the case, I think it'll be interesting, for anyone who's interested in watching the series.
Yes, sir. Rob in California. I just wanted to say really quick. I know Thomas in New York, and I am sure some of the other Cows listeners, because I was going to say we talked about it, but that's not accurate because I haven't seen it. So I didn't talk about it. It was discussed on the Cows when it premiered, but I didn't watch it. I didn't want to watch it then, but I'm pretty sure Cuba Gooding Jr.'s in it. I'm sure it would hold one's attention. Like, I'm sure I could probably learn something. And the fact that we were reading the book, I would probably be even more interested in, checking it out to see what they changed. So, yeah. Rob in California, sir. California.
I was just going to add that, what was it? Shadowboxers was the name of the movie that Cuba Gooding Jr. was in with the white woman. Is that the name of it?
Oh, wow. That is from the past. Yes, I think it is the Shadowbox. That's another cowbell. Gee whiz. Yes.
Right.
Having sexual intercourse with his white. Yep.
I recently listened to that podcast, White Supremacy in Cinema. And so I think that the fact that Cuba Gooding Jr. did that film, right? And so I watched the whole series, People versus OJ. And so, in the words of Gus and Dave Chappelle, I think it's worth a gander. Thank you.
I think we might have lost him again, everybody.
I'm here. I'm here. Briefly, just briefly. Whew, it's been a rough one. So that I can respond, I lost my audio right at the moment when you were saying with Shadowboxer that you think Cuba Gooding Jr. would have taken that role, because you said you watched the whole series for FX. You think Cuba Gooding Jr. may have taken that role. What was the rest of it, Rob?
No. I was saying that since... Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I was stating that the fact that Cuba Gooding Jr. played the role of Shadowboxer, I saw that movie, and I also saw the short film series of The People versus OJ. And I said that, in the words of Gus T. and Dave Chappelle, I think that it would be worth the gander just to compare and contrast the two characters.
Oh, okay. I don't want to see Shadowboxer again. I think I've seen that enough for a lifetime. Oof, that is in the archives. Not Cuba Gooding Jr.'s finest moment of theater, but we still got Boys in the Hood and Jerry Maguire and Men of Honor, lots of other great offerings to pick from. Shadowboxer is not one. Maybe People vs. O.J. Simpson is a little better. We'll have to see. Shadowboxer. We have discussed, someone had asked me about that recently. Like, we had just had Dr. Kevorkian on the program, and we had discussed a number of films, and they said, man, when are you all going to do another film review? I was like, we just had Dr. Kevorkian on the program. Like, it's not that much television watching in the world, or it shouldn't be, while we're under a system of racism. Even for Cuba Gooding Jr. films. Let's see. I'll give a check-in, perhaps, on the results. This might be one. That's 11 o'clock, so that's 2 a.m. Eastern time. That is pretty, late. It might be one, as they had said in advance, it might be 3-4 days, before the results are done. So who knows? Like, yeah, who knows? Who knows? Have to wait and see. If it's one of those, if it goes to like 5, 6 in the morning, I don't know that it's that important. Like I said, I don't know that I would stay up all night with bated breath. I think self-care is important, so I'll kind of keep an eye and see. It's still 2:20, 2:13. I'm looking at the BBC site now just to kind of see what the international sites are reporting. So they have 2:20 to 2:13. Biden leading over Trump at this point after 40 of 50 states, and you need 270 to win. So nothing to call too tight. Both sides are projecting victory, but, a ways to go. Either way, same thing that was said before. I wouldn't have a whole lot of emotion, and we still need to focus on the problem, replacing white supremacy with justice immediately. I would also say, man, try as best we can, avoiding conflict with other black people. I read the report from Congressman Waters, victim of white supremacy. I didn't call her any names. As soon as the program concludes, I'm going to have to go on my Facebook page because I shared that report on social media. And people were there calling her all kinds of names and things, and, we do that sort of thing all the time, but no name calling, sitting around and calling her a bunch of names. That does not solve any problems. That doesn't get us any closer to replacing white supremacy with justice. And she's a victim of racism. It might have been required that she say such a thing, or, whatever. She could be confused. Lots of things. Again, I'll still say, man, to be in Congress for 15 terms, I think who is responsible and who ain't responsible for the Electoral College U.S. presidential elections. Anywho, with the name calling, we have enough problems. Victims of racism, when I say we, black people particularly, we already have a lot of problems. We are supposed to be in the business of minimizing conflict with other black people. That is huge. It seems like, I could be incorrect, but to even have reports like this, to even have Ice Cube talked about on a daily basis on mainstream outlets. I don't hear NPR talk about Ice Cube and Kanye West when it's time to talk serious national politics. That generally does not happen unless somebody has come out to complain about niggers and their filthy, toxic rap music and it needs to be banned. Unless it's in that context, no, they're not coming out and talking about any of these hip-hop artists influencing an election at all. Got that this time around, though. That type of thing. Not allowing ourselves to be used, and I'm going to get on here and squabble and blame black people. That goes back into that emotion thing as well. If anybody is to blame, they have got to be classified as white for the election. Got to. How did Trump even get in the White House to begin with for black males or anybody else? They say, I think I'm going to vote for him. I think we should give him another try. Come on. Try to avoid that as best we can. You can, it's many ways of you can articulate your views about whatever is taking place, even about, what Congresswoman Waters had to say. You can articulate your views without calling her any names, without talking bad about her, Very easy to do. Even if you want to point out, man, it seems like there's some black misandry with all of this and blaming black males about the election results. That can be done as well without name calling and cursing out other black people. None of that helps us solve any problems. And in fact, it seems like with this election, they want to get some squabbling, get black people arguing and fussing with each other about who voted or who didn't vote or who you voted for and all the rest of it. Man, the problem remains white people. For sure. Let's see. Number again is 720-716-7300. The code 564-943#. Press star 61 if you would like to participate. I heard the word cast so many times today, casting a ballot and all this was like, yeah, I am not saying cast for the book club for the duration. I hope that has not caused any confusion for any of our readers, but I have been deliberately saying cased for a reason. Man, I do not think that is a coincidence at all. The book released at that time and all of it. We'll hear more about that because she talks more about the election in the section that we get to for this week. But even the more that I've even listened today and the coverage of everything, like not a coincidence at all. I have to check out her feed, see if she's tweeting about the election. Isabel Wilkerson. I'll check out her timeline once I get a free moment here. Let's see. Any other folks with observations, thoughts to share while we're waiting?
Reading your comments about where you posted Maxine Waters' article, I saw one that stood out to me. It said she'll forgive Biden for locking up millions of black men. I thought that was interesting. And you used the term black misandry. I also saw that in one of the comments. You're on point. At least in the comments you are. That's all I had.
And no name calling. You know, you can make your observations, use logic, point out what's happening. No need for name calling. Say what needs to be said. Black misandry, in my view, that is what it would be, and that happens a lot where we get I said that we get encouraged, you know, whites can do all kinds of things to us, and we get encouraged. Sometimes they'll grab us by the ear and pull us out, you know, on national television. And, all right, we've got the lights, camera. Do you accept the apology and forgive the racist who slaughtered, you know, do this sort of thing? And like I said, they'll get mad at you sometimes if you don't forgive white people. I think when we had Charles Cobb on the program, he said that we should take that nonviolence and that spirit of forgiveness that Dr. King talked about during the Civil Rights Movement, apply that to black people. I thought that was so powerful. Like, man, for real, like that's something that we could do on a daily basis to work against racism. Like, I'm going to try as best I can to not be having, you know, grudges and talking bad about other black people. I'm going to try to be, what does that fool say? Patient with other black people. Try to forgive other black people. That doesn't mean if they, you know, stole your brand new car and wrecked it, you got. But I'm, you know, within reason, using logic, right? Patient with other black people. Make an effort to forgive black, especially for a vote. Like, man, lots of people get confused about some of the people that you vote for. Even have had to come out sometimes and say that they got confused. So, hey, it happens. They even make the voting booth tricky. I've heard that one a few times where they've had to say sometimes that, oh, man, we had confusion at the voting booth. Some people got confused and didn't stamp the ballot correctly. All kinds of things where people can get confused and they don't vote for a proper candidate. Maybe we can, you know, be a little bit more understanding if it's a victim of racism. Anywho. Victim of racism Congresswoman Maxine Waters. Man, I'll have to check the news tomorrow. We don't have a program, so I'll have a little more time just to see. And also, depending on the outcome of the election, they might even still be tabulating, so who knows. But regardless of what happens, I have to check to see, like, is that going to be widespread, like, and how they interrogate this in specific, like, let's see what Ice Cube has to say about all this. Weezy, what do you have to say about all this? Like, your toxic impact on the whole process. Like, really? In the year of the Rona? Like, that's, woo, man. Incidentally, I would also add, in this year, like, wow, the fact that it's even close, like, the COVID-19 response, like, it's lots of things, seemingly. Didn't Trump get the Rona? Like, I forgot about that today. They were kind of going over things. Forget the Rona. He did have the Rona a few days back. Might still have it. Who knows? Trump was impeached this year. Like, how many times has that happened where a president got impeached and won re-election in the same year? Like, what in the world? Like, and the Rona in the middle of all that impeachment, the Rona, you actually contract the Rona as president and stomp through all of that and still get, like, that's one, it would have to be like serious pause. Like, wait a minute. Like, I don't want to hear anything about Ice Cube because I have not heard a whole lot. Like, what's white people's excuse? Like, I know black people are ignorant and stupid, and, you know, I got all that. It doesn't take a whole lot. Get a little Wayne on a beat, and you got us. But what's white people's excuse? He was impeached. I forgot. It was, we read Packing Them In, Dr. Sylvia Hood Washington. That was way back in April. That feels like, Jesus, 20 years ago. It was in April. She came on the program, and I asked her, I said, man, if this had happened, the Rona, on Obama's watch, like, and she said, I can't even, get into a hypothetical about that. Trump was impeached. If it had been President Obama, he would have been impeached. They would have voted him out of office. We would have had a different president, and that would have been that. He wouldn't have even, got a chance to, preside over the Rona and see how they respond to his mandates, and would they wear a mask if he was the one saying it and all the rest of it. He wouldn't even got there. He was impeached. Like, woo. It shouldn't even be close. That's all I can really say. If this had been President Obama, this would have been a landslide. Like, if he had been going against anybody. If Obama had this year in 2012, oh my God, like, they would have been rejoicing in Utah. It would have been Jubilee for the Mormons, like, right on. The Romney family is here. You moochers are out of here. Like, I had totally forgotten about that until, later on today. It's been such a traumatic year. But, I mean, how is it even remotely close? How? Like, who is sitting here looking at just this year alone? Like, I want the fella that was impeached and got the Rona and has downplayed the Rona the whole time, was just on television. We're tired of hearing about it. We don't want to talk about the Rona anymore. She comes from China. That's the fella that I want. Where you have droves of white people who, that's the fella that I want. It would be lots to think about. And it would be eons. All of that would have to be unpacked before we even begin to get to, all right, now let's get to Kanye West. Let's take a few days and like, no. That's, unless you're telling me that Yeezy has impacted white people and has got them, not thinking correctly about all this and figuring who they want to vote for, unless that's what you're telling me, but that's not what they said. Yeezy and Weezy and company, apparently they just have influence over the pitiful peanut-sized brains of black people. They can't affect the big brains of white women and white men voters. So I need that unpacked first. Context of white supremacy. He's impeached this year, man. They don't even talk about that, man. If Obama had been, if they would be talking about that every day. If he had been impeached. Like, have people heard that? Does Biden even bring that up? Like, he was impeached this year. Like, we forgot all about that. Have people heard Joe Biden bring that up?
No.
talking point one when we go out, like, this fella maybe shouldn't even be here. Like, how does that get started over? Like, man, we were thinking he was engaged in criminal activity. Like, come on. And then they'll have the audacity to just sit around and come and, wag a finger at us and talk about, personal responsibility, integrity, and, you have hard work and, you got to play by the rules, This is a meritocracy, they say. It's about hard work. We just don't have mooching and just referee. You just want handouts. That's not what it is. You got to work hard. Oh, wait a minute. System of racism. White. I had totally forgot about that. I can't imagine that. I guess I'm not a scholar or presidential history, but to know the number of presidents who have been impeached and still got reelected, much less got impeached in the same year as the election. And it didn't matter. Still pulled it off, no problem. Like, man, let's see. I haven't seen an update. I'm still at BBC. I'm just checking because I've not done that before. Like, I think I've checked like CNN before, and I hate CNN. And I was going to check Fox News, but I thought I'd be international, just have our caller in Norway, and we just had the folks in Austria and some of the other places chatting with us before, so I thought I'd check BBC's. Theirs has not moved. It's still at 220 Biden, 213 for Trump. So I don't know if it's going to be stuck there until, tomorrow morning, stuck there for the next few days or what have you. But that's where it seems to have stalled, where it's reporting that they still got the 10 states that they're counting up. In addition to, even if they did come out, let's say they came out in the next 10 seconds and gave a final for those other 10 states or what have you. I think some of the other callers said this could be contested. Either side could be coming out tomorrow and saying somebody cheated and we're going to court and blah, blah, blah. I said 2000. I don't know if we have folks who are old enough, but a lot of this does feel very familiar to 2000 when it was George W. George Bush the second time around when he won. And it took, I don't even remember, but it was a long time before they sussed all that out, and it had to go to the Supreme Court, and white people fussing and wrangling and arguing for weeks and weeks and weeks. That was another one. I don't remember. The cows didn't exist then, but I don't remember people pointing fingers at, Ice Cube, all these folks who are alive then. It's, oh my God, Ice Cube is caused a disaster in the electoral. I don't remember that. I remember people saying, man, Kanye West has just run amok. Like, we might never figure out who won the election. Gee whiz. They didn't say that. They didn't say that at all. But I could see it being a similar situation where they have to take some time to rifle through all of this and ends up being contested. And I don't even know what that would look like with the Rona, because, it was lots of, courtrooms and packed hallways and demonstrations and all that. Like, I don't even know what that would look like with, the COVID-19 situation happening right now. So, I reckon we will, let's see, it's almost 2:20 a.m. Eastern time. It's almost 11:20 p.m. Pacific time here. I don't know that we need to be up all night, so see, maybe we'll go another 20 or so and see if it inches closer to maybe there being a conclusion. If we can wrap with a conclusion, that'll be great. If not, if it looks like it'll go all night, we'll get to a convenient point to pause, and then maybe when we resume by Thursday, maybe they'll have a final tally or not. But we'll see. So we'll give maybe another 20 minutes or so and see if they get any closer to a conclusion. Certainly folks should get their rest. Either way, we need to be rested to deal with the plantation tomorrow. So no need to, have an all-nighter just for election results that none of us control, black males included. Any other folks thoughts that they want to make sure they get in?
Google reads the electoral count 225 to 213. That's it.
220.
Yes, sir. There's so many conflicting numbers. I'm not certain. Biden's still leading, according to the polls I'm seeing.
Okay. 225. Like I said, I was looking at BBC. They have 220, but wherever. The goal is still to get to 270. So, yeah. Still sitting a ways from a conclusion on all of this, as predicted. Very 2000-ish for a final result. And as I said, very reality TV feel to it, to have folks they can all crowd around and hashtag and all the rest of it online. I don't know. I guess if folks have seen any, I have not, of any criminal activity or anything like that they were talking about. I haven't seen any reports of that, so that's grand. Everybody behaves. We can, get past this whenever it's done, and all that is all well and good. But yeah, I know it did rain here in the Seattle area. I don't know if the weather had an impact, but I know like here in Seattle, it was like cold and rainy, so I'm sure that had an impact on people being out if there were going to be protests or marches or big gatherings associated with it, because it was just really poor weather here today. I have to check to see in other places if they did have those rallies and all of that that typically goes with these. Let's see, let me double check to make sure I did not miss any folks on the switchboard. Again, I did have lots of disruption, like wow, I have lost count of the number of times that I've had to dial back in, just constant disruptions. The archive should be fine, but lots and lots of disruptions. I don't know if it's, the Wi-Fi signal is disrupted just because we're broadcasting or what the deal, but man, trouble online, usual suspects. Did you have commentary, Rob, in California?
You got Donald Trump coming out to speak right now.
See those, I'd cut it with that. If they were going to come out and cut a fool and something like that, then I would stop right now. Let's go to the channel. But if they're just coming out to chat up and tell folks we got to wait to count and we're going to win and all the rest, like, yeah, heard that from both sides. We'll wait till we get the count on. Let's see. Yeah, because they love this. I remember that. They call them parties where they'll have big rallies and all the rest. Can you see that? Is he is he at the White House or is he at a rally? I know they said he was at Michigan earlier today. Is he with a group of people or is he at the what?
From the White House.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. Check in and watch a speech as they start to get a little bit closer to the final tally. NPR, they had a news report. They were talking about some of the rhetoric that goes along with all of this, and they were quoting Walt Whitman. System of White Supremacy, Racism. We talked about Walt Whitman on the program before. This is one of those white literary figures who's lauded, Edgar Allan Poe types. You've got to read some of Walt Whitman's poetry. And he was like writing poetry and such during the 19th century, 1800s. But we talked about this fella because openly white supremacist, racist Walt Whitman. In fact, we talked about him in several contexts. We had a black graduate student on the program some years back. He was at Northwestern University in Illinois. And his white instructor was trying to force him to do this recital of Walt Whitman's poetry. And he was like, I have black self-respect. This guy was a racist. I'm not going to recite his material. Whitman came up again, and we read, when we had this grad student on the program, we talked about some of Whitman's racist poetry and him talking about what a disaster it was to allow niggers off the plantations and to vote even, like this sort of disaster to have Ice Cube messing up everything. But we also talked about Whitman in the context of Breaking Bad, television program, wildly popular, part of the Obama effect. But the main character's name is Walter White. He is a teacher, educator, and he has an affection for Walt Whitman. Similar name even, you see, white man, Whitman, Walter White. And that ends up becoming a big part of the plot, his book of poetry from Walt Whitman. But just the way that whites weave in validation and appreciation of white icons and icons of white supremacy, racism, they make that a regular part. That's why they'll force us to recite these plays and poems and all the rest of it, and then weave it into current pop culture and what have you. So it just continues. That's how you transmit the values of white supremacy, racism. But they were talking about Whitman on NPR just this morning. No connect. Well, we'll hear the report. This is the cows. We'll hear what they had to say about Walt Whitman earlier this morning.
And now, to help you stay steady through this long night, some poetry shared with us by Tess Taylor.
Having a poem nearby can actually make any of us feel less lonely, because it's as if we have this force, the poem, that invites us into conversation and reminds us what human breath and human language can do.
That is poet and poetry proselytizer Tess Taylor. She's got 3 poems to point us to, starting with some lines from First Fight, Then Fiddle. That's a 1949 sonnet by Gwendolyn Brooks.
First fight, then fiddle. Ply the slipping string with feathery sorcery, muzzle the note with hurting love. The music that they wrote, bewitch, bewilder. I think in this Brooks poem, there's this idea of keeping the instrument of yourself ready, at the ready, to act and to act out your beliefs. And I think this is just really beautiful. I think that's what we do when we vote.
Another poet to consider tonight, the American classic, Walt Whitman.
It's hard to have a conversation about poetry and democracy without mentioning Walt Whitman.
Taylor says there are lines from his poem, For You, O Democracy, that remind us of America's foundational promises like the idea of the dream.
It's worth reading them aloud so that we can connect ourselves with that vision once again. I will plant companionship thick as trees along all the rivers of America and along the shores of the Great Lakes and all over the prairies. I will make inseparable cities with their arms about each other's necks, by the love of comrades, by the manly love of comrades.
And finally, Taylor shared lines from a 2012 poem by Judith Harris called A Mother Goes to Vote.
We walked 5 blocks to the elementary school, my mother's high heels crunching through playground gravel. We entered through a side door. My mother stepped alone into the booth, pulling the curtain behind her. I could only see the backs of her calves in crinkled nylons. A partial vanishing, then reappearing, pocketbook crooked on her elbow, our mayor's button pinned to her lapel. Even then I could see, to choose is to follow what has already been decided. As we found our way home to the cramped house, the devoted porch light left on, the customary meatloaf. I remember in the classroom converted into a voting place, there were 2 mothers conversing, squeezed into the children's desk chairs.
Taylor says it takes an ordinary space, an elementary school, and turns it into something special, a civic space.
This is just going in person and waiting in line in this transformed space to do this very important public act. But then the public act happens sort of privately. There's her nylons are behind a curtain, and it's a little bit like Democracy Meets the Wizard of Oz. And people come home a little transformed from this action.
Yes, but what if you're still waiting in line to be transformed?
I hope that for people that are spending an awful long time in line at the polls right now, poetry can also be a form of companionship.
That is poet Tess Taylor with her recommendations for Election Day poetry. She released 2 collections this year titled Rift Zone and Last West, Road Songs for Dorothea Lange. Shared with us by Tess Taylor.
Having a poem nearby can actually make any of us feel less lonely, because it's as if we have this force, the poem, that invites us into conversation and reminds us what human breath and human language can feel like.
The context of white supremacy. Woo, Tess Taylor has been a guest on the cows as well. Suspected race soldier. That is why we only talk to white guests. White woman is back, I believe, 2000. Breaking Bad was still on, so I think that was 2013. I have to go back in the archives to dig that one out. But she's been a guest on the program. We talked about U.S. literature, racism, white supremacy, even some of her writing. But even there, American classic, Walt Whitman. All that, incidentally, is nonsense. I'm not a fan of poetry. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. We're sitting around here. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, East Coast time, and I'm trying to figure out who's going to be the president, and me reading a poem is supposed to help connect me with democracy. And what are you even talking about, man? Like, all that aside, Whitman, American classic, again, to mention him, like, they had big hashtags and things. Whitman so racist, cancel Whitman, and all the rest of it. When people were saying, dang, this is another one of these dead white guys who said all these racist, like flagrantly racist things. One of the broadcasters in the archives, where we talked about some of his content, just for example, I'm quoting Whitman. He writes, "The nigger, like the engine, will be eliminated. It is the law of races, history, whatnot, always so far inexorable, always to be. Someone proves that a superior grade of rats comes, and then all the minor rats are to clear out." I'll stop there. You see the comparison? Rats, superior rats come in. The niggers and the engines will be eliminated. They're inferior rats. And he goes on, lots of referring to niggers as niggers frequently. And slavery was, the best thing for the niggers, and it'll be terrible that slavery's done, and blah, blah, blah. Lots of things. To have no mention of that at all, like another, in my view, deliberate act of white supremacy, racism, but just in general, I'm not a fan of poetry and have no idea how reading poetry, even if you can find a black poet and some of the best poetry ever, I have no idea how that is going to make you feel any better with everything that's happening right now. But if it does, VGQ, enjoy. Walt Whitman still admitted or flagrant race soldier, and to not even have comment about that, to just slip that in on election day just further lets me know what all this is about. System of white supremacy, racism. The fact that they included Gwendolyn Brooks does not modify or alter anything for me. Yes, she's a victim of racism, black female. They will do that sort of thing a lot so they can get some cover and say, oh, well, we were being diverse. We included lots of groups. Yes. Including Walt Whitman, with no mention of his racist conduct. I'll be sure to go in the archives to get the report with Tess Taylor, her visit to the cows. Man, 12 years. We've been here a long time. Let's see. So we'll go, I guess, maybe another 10 minutes. We've been here for 3 hours, even though, or maybe, has it been more than that? Feels like longer. We've been here for a minute, and they might not even get to a conclusion with all this. So we'll go another 10 minutes, and then I don't know, check in the morning. Might not have a winner then either. Check in, I guess, at some point and see if they have figured all this out or are still brawling. But we'll wait another 10 or so. Did other folks, anything else that they wanted to share? Comments, thoughts, questions?
Walt Whitman is very popular in Long Island. They actually have some kind of building in his name. I think they have a mall out here too. What was I going to say? They're protesting in front of the White House in Washington D.C. and I think also in Oregon and some other cities. There's some protests going on.
Uh-oh. I do see that. Protests demonstrate near the White House. Uh-oh. Now, let's see if these are the Antifa people. Do you see, who is doing the protesting? Is it, can you tell if it's people that are supporting Trump, supporting Biden? Like, who is it that's doing the protesting, if you can tell?
They're saying, when I'm reading, because I'm not watching, I'm reading, and it says Black Lives Matter. That's what they're saying, and they're having some conflict with counter protesters with Trump supporters and Black Lives Matter. That's what I read.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah.
They said one person, I guess, asked somebody if they wanted to fight. There's been some assault so far, and some arrests.
Not cool. Not cool at all. Like, yeah, that's even before we got to the election, you know, my stance has been not to participate in these sort of protests and marches. I just feel like it's really dangerous. Even before we got here, it's been so many. We're just talking about Kyle Rittenhouse earlier today. I think they set his bail at $2 million. Not that, you know, he shot several folks and doesn't change anything for them, but I mean, it's just been so dangerous in so many instances of people being armed and violent and reckless at these events. Yeah, and I haven't really seen, following logic, I haven't seen constructive result in terms of where us being out and participating in these events solves some problems, improves things for Black people. So, yeah, I would not recommend to go it regardless of what happens. The person that you want to win is victorious. Great. Person you want doesn't win. Oh, well, there's no, I just don't see what the benefit, like what constructive is going to happen as a result of going and, yeah, any of that. The folks in Oregon, I suspect I have to look to see who's out in Oregon, because that's close to where I am at. So that could get this. Let's see what they have. So they have a unity march. This was earlier in the day in Oregon. They had some sort of unity march. Okay, let's see. This is more recent. Protests continue as election results arrive. Hundreds of Portlanders, I'm reading from Oregon Live, hundreds of Portlanders converged Tuesday night to call for racial justice as local and national election results begin to arrive. Protests against police brutality have long criticized President Donald Trump and Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler, who leads the city's police bureau. Both men are vying for re-election. Most demonstrators gathered at an East Side march that began outside Southeast Portland's Revolution Hall, a common meeting spot since the near nightly protest began in late May. Yeah, they don't have enough pictures. The pictures that they have, you can't really see anyone. They've got, you know, masks and hoodies, and it's nighttime, so it's not lit enough to distinguish if are these white people, are these non-white people. From what I've read, the reports that I've seen, it's been mostly white people live in the state of Oregon and Portland, so it's been mostly white people out here. I would suspect that trend has probably continued. Not saying there's no Black people at these protests, but they have been cutting the fool for a long time. And oh man, it looks like one of the photos from the Portland protest. They've got, I guess, images shot up on the buildings, like a big projector of some sort. And so it's flashing the image, "Vote for our children." And it looks like it might have a picture of a Black child, which I think is just even more clowning, since all this is in Oregon and they, you know, worked diligently to make sure that they didn't have Black children or older Black people in their state for such a long time. But yeah, I will definitely keep an eye on what's happening in Oregon, Portland specifically, since that's so close to where we are, to make sure things don't get out of hand. They've been right. Let me see if they're doing anything in Seattle. I'll check to see if they're doing any protests here. Let's see. Okay, there are some protests. They have had some arrests. Let's see. So I'm reading from the Seattle Times. Election night protests in Seattle, more arrests and continued calls for racial justice. All right, now this one, they're showing pictures. I can see faces. It does look like there are quite a few white people. No surprise there. I do see some folks who look like they would probably be classified as Black, but yeah, Seattle definitely got to have a lot of white people if they're out protesting in the streets. Let's see. Demonstrators returned to Seattle streets Tuesday night with larger crowds spurred by the momentum of election night, but still focused on demands that they've called for all summer: racial justice and an end to police brutality. The evening began with two separate groups of demonstrators who moved throughout Capitol Hill and downtown. Now, that whole area, much of Capitol Hill downtown has been boarded up and restricted, closed since May, like I said. Seattle police issued dispersal orders and said they made at least 8 arrests as of about 10:20 p.m., while Washington State Patrol briefly closed and then reopened ramps to Interstate 5 as demonstrators marched near the freeway. Speakers throughout one upbeat march in South Lake Union said neither presidential candidate, Donald Trump or Joe Biden, would do enough to protect the lives of black people, indigenous people, and people of color, but they emphasized the hard-fought right to vote. They repeated the demands they've chanted all summer to defund the Seattle Police Department and invest in black-led community organizations. I will stop there. Yeah. A black person got shot. They said that they marched through the Cal Anderson area in Capitol Hill. I'm very familiar with that spot. I've hung out that park a ton, more times than I can count. But that's literally a black male got shot there just this summer, right at the beginning of June. He wasn't killed, thankfully, but he got shot. I think Thomas in New York had even pointed out, I think all the people that got shot and killed, because where they're marching, that's where the Chaz zone was at, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. All the people that got shot and killed there were black, unless I've been misinformed over the summer. So if I was a victim of racism, especially a black person, would not be hanging out at any of these events, regardless of who wins. Not going to accomplish anything to solve our problems and might end up causing more problems. Security, safety, self-care, those should be points of emphasis through all of this madness. Let white people be the ones. If there's got to be a protest, if that's got to happen for whatever reason, white people can go and fill up all the protest spots. Let them go and do all the marching in the street, get arrested, or if it's got to be some tear gassing and all that, let white people go and do all of that, and then we'll sit back and see what the result is. Anyway, if they're protesting your area or anything like that, feel free, let us know. I guess I would definitely check the local news at least to make sure, see if any of that type of thing is happening in your area. Just so, if you travel, if you have to go out for work, anything like that, you can be mindful, areas you might want to avoid, that type of thing. Minimize our unpleasant surprises as best we can in a year that has been chock full of unpleasant surprises. Woo, let's see. Other folks, comments that they want to make sure they get in.
I just want to add in one more thing. I'm reading here that Oregon becomes the first state to decriminalize drug possession. That's it.
Wow. I wonder what that means. Decriminalize drug possession. Does that mean like everything? I wonder. I didn't even hear that. That's wild. I would have.
They said that voters have opted to decriminalize the possession of illegal drugs such as cocaine, heroin, oxycodone, and methamphetamine, per Oregon Public Broadcasting. Possessing a small amount of those drugs would be redefined as a civil offense, similar to a traffic violation.
Wow. Amazing. I'm not surprised that they would, that the first state to do that would be Oregon, state, as I just said, that made it a part of their official state policy to not have black people to benefit from a policy like that, where so many black people have and continue to be arrested over low-level criminal drug offenses, that this type of policy might be helpful for some black people, especially if they have any sort of retroactive measures to help some people who might have these type of offenses, to help them get some of that stuff off of their record. Hey, this might be beneficial, but they'll have it start in Oregon. We'll try it out here and see how it goes, where it won't be too many black people. And again, they had a report. It was on NPR. This is not some, crazy radical publication where they talked about where they will, white people, they will have state level, federal level even, policies like this, but it will be in areas where fewer non-white, in fact, fewer black people. They said they even had it so codified. It was a specific threshold where once you get to a certain number or below, like if it, falls below, we'll say 12%. They had it exact. I mean, we'll say, just for sake of argument now, like 12%. Once it's lower than 12% black people, like, oh yeah, now we can think about these types of measures. Yes, we'll decriminalize drug possession and have all kinds of spectacular social service programs that help out moms, single parent moms or single parent dads, and all the, like, wow, this is amazing. But we don't have a whole lot of black people, so it will be mostly white people who will benefit from these benefits. And then once it looks like there might be one too many black people, that slash all that, no, not even going to consider that. So wow, that I hadn't even heard. I'm right next door. I hadn't even heard that they were considering something like that. That's even more because a lot of times Seattle, we have similar, like they have legal recreational cannabis in Oregon as well as Washington State. Frequently they'll have similar policies. I think they legalized around the same time, although not the exact same year. But I hadn't even heard that was on the ballot, much less on the ballot. And it looks like that's passed. I think, yeah, that passed. 78. Yeah, that's wow. Have to see how that goes. Be interesting to see if that, becomes a trend in other states, particularly in states where they have more black people. But wow, that is, yikes, I have to do more reading on that. Decriminalizing drug possession. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Heroin. Oof. They did say they would make it a civil offense. I would have, yeah. See, I'd have to see, what does that mean? Because I think they said they'd make it like a civil offense of some sort if you had like a small amount of heroin or Oxycontin, methamphetamine, whatever it is. But still, like, wow, that's, or it's so progressive, as they say, down there in the state of Oregon. Any other comments folks wanted to make sure they get in? Super late. Almost midnight here. Like, woof. I'd probably still be awake watching the election, but I forgot we have been broadcasting for quite some time. It's a little different, just hanging out talking. Let's see. We will definitely be here on Thursday. The book club cased Isabel Wilkerson, second worst book ever. Normal time, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Friday, neutralizing workplace racism. Same time, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Maybe by Saturday, we'll have results, so we can talk about that for the compensatory call-in, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, and we should have a white man on the program next week, but give out more details on that as we get closer. At the BBC, they still have it 220, 213. I think Rob or someone else had gave a update that it had bumped to 225, 213, but neither one of those is close to 270, so yeah, we'll I guess be hanging out to see all of this goes, if they're going to fight and brawl about it, if it'll be contested, and whatever else takes place. Again, the word is, regardless of who wins, we are still in a system of racism, white supremacy. Follow logic, try to manage our emotions so that we don't get caught up in all the rhetoric and excitement of all of this. Stay as safe as we can. Like, wow, at least check the local news. You'll probably get updates and such. I know we got phone updates when they were really cutting a fool back in the early summer, but at least check local news to see, if anything is happening in your area, especially if you have to go out and do any driving or anything, just to make sure that you can stay safe. Don't want to be out thinking you're going to work or wherever and end up driving in the middle of some protest or what have you on the freeway. Like, man, that is not the way to start a Wednesday. Just stay as safe as you can. Again, if you don't have to go out, stay in. If you have been afforded the opportunity to work from home, I would take it. If you have to go out, work or whatever it is, if you have to do, errands for your offspring or what have you, get that done. But it would be real direct. Point A, wherever we're supposed to go, and then right back to the residence. Like, we're not doing any dallying and hanging out of the sword. Like, you heard? Gay white man, 1,600 rounds of ammunition. I suspect he's a white man. 1,600 rounds. Like, lots, I suspect, regardless of who wins. There will probably be lots of agitated folks. So, take it serious. Be alert. If you really don't have to go out, I'm talking to myself included. If you don't have to go out, stay in. You can just hunker down for a couple of days. Excuse me. Kind of see what's happening. Make sure that your area is safe. And then we can go back about our business of replacing white supremacy with justice. But yeah, take it seriously. It has been a wacky, violent, unsafe year, even for the system of racism. So yeah, we will take it seriously all the way to the end of the election madness. Do our last check. Like, wow, I'm even having difficulty. Like, have we really been broadcasting for 5 hours? Like, yes, we have been broadcasting for 5 hours. That is crazy. We have any final comments before we get ready to wrap up? Have to conclude our election broadcast with no winner. We'll tune in or pick back up later in the week and see if there is a conclusion to Biden-Trump 2020. Any final comments folks wanted to share?
Yeah, I got a final comment.
Rob in California.
So, when Donald Trump came on to give his speech, he boasted that he was up about 700,000 votes in one state, right? And so now the headlines is that Trump falsely claimed victory and no winner has been determined in the presidential election. Trump says he'll go to Supreme Court. Unclear why. Thank you.
Everybody's going to the Supreme Court. Like, oh yeah, that's for sure. And it could, that's why I said, like, I would not stay up all night if that's what it's going to be. Like, folks arguing, white people arguing and squabbling and no conclusion. You still don't know. Like, oh no, that's I feel like right there. They talked about a big part of self-care is adequate rest. No way. Just to find out one racist or another racist is going to like, going to get my quality rest. Remember what Ice Cube's father said, and we'll get up to tackle Wednesday with a counter-racist objective. Did other folks comments that they wanted to make sure they got in? Everybody satisfied? Grand. Ooh, self-care. I'm so glad several folks said that, that they, in fact, prioritized self-care over the election. Had that from one person, which right on. Like, no need in going to vote, and then you end up, compromising your health, and, that ended up causing more problems. So make sure self-care. And safety should be included in that. Staying safe. That's why I've been saying let's hunker down. If you got to go out, at least be super aware of your environment, especially now. Like, man, super aware and thinking. Woo, could be around a lot of armed individuals. That should definitely be in the forefront of your mind, regardless of who wins. That said, much obliged to the folks who tuned in live. I hope it was worthy of your Tuesday evening. A little bit wacky, hanging out for an election for once where, yeah, there is no conclusion, no idea how things will turn out. We'll have to wait and see, and might even be saying that for a few days. Have to wait and see how all this shakes out. But we will, minimum, we'll be here for Thursday for Cased, and yes, we'll post. It'll probably be the archive. Like I said, I got disconnected a lot, but the archive should be pristine, no gaps or anything. Should be posted pronto once I get an opportunity to edit. But yeah, I did get disconnected quite a bit. Usual suspects. All of that said, sobriety would be best under conditions of white supremacy. Man, we have got lots of problems. We are going to need our brain computer to come up with solutions, new concepts. Alcohol, narcotics, even if they decriminalize all of them, we do not need any of that. Keep our brain computer humming. In addition to being sober, let's be buckled every time we're in a vehicle. Again, park that vehicle. Let's hunker down. At least for a couple days, let's stay in the house. See how all this shakes out. Let some of that anger, animosity cool off. Might be some rowdiness in the streets. Hunker down. If you got to go out, be alert. If it looks like somebody is getting loud, volatile, you should be thinking they are probably armed. I'm going to go ahead and find an exit. Not looking to have any sort of verbal confrontations with strangers, white or non-white. Looking to stay safe, minimize risk. We're sober. If you go out, you're buckled and very alert. If you are driving, you are not on the cell phone. One, got to be paying attention to what's happening around us. Can't be chatting and texting. Two, we are trying to minimize contact with race soldiers, badge or no. Just doing the little things in a total system of terrorism. That's it, Creator. We ask that you help us remain patient with other black people, victims of white supremacy. We ask that you help us remain patient with ourselves. Remind us to demonstrate the highest levels of black self-respect at all times, in all places, each and every time we are in contact with another black person. No name calling. If they voted, no name calling. If they didn't vote, no name calling. Minimizing conflict with other black people. It's in the 10 stops. Minimal. No name calling other black people. Cal signing out. Thanks all for tuning in.